Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say welcome to the Krumholz Speaker Series, and we're going to get started in a few minutes. So grab some breakfast and grab your coffee, and we'll get started in a few. So good to see you.
I decided to do that. Well, you could have found me in Madrid a couple of days ago. Oh, nice. We're on the pan. Yeah, first pan. We just met this morning. Yeah. Yeah. And she's already been scheduling me. Yeah, I nearly gave you like full control over my schedule, but I had no plans. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Krumholz Speaker Series on the future of urban planning. This is the relaunch of an annual event that began in 2018, and because of a number of things, the passing of Norm and also the pandemic and other things that came up in between, this is a relaunch, and it's an event that Norm started up, and we want to keep the legacy going. And so welcome. It's good to see all of you in the audience today. Lots of familiar faces and some new faces. My name is Beth Nagy. I'm a faculty member here at the college, and actually Norm was one of the reasons why I wanted to be at this college. I grew up in Cleveland, went to Cincinnati to be a planner, and came back to Cleveland when the position of lecturer of urban planning practice was opened up in 2016. And I wanted to be a part of what Norm was a part of, and that's what brought me here today. And I believe that's what brought many of you here today, too. Today, you're going to hear how Norman Krumholz has influenced us personally and professionally and has left a legacy in the city of Cleveland and the School of Urban Affairs. Reading Equity Planning myself, his first book was really a special time for me and helped humanize urban planning and community development. And in my 15 years of being a practitioner in Cincinnati, Ohio, I was able to live up to some of those values and ethics and then come here and teach about it. And I look forward to many more years of doing the same. You should all have some materials with you today. We're going to be very light on the screen. So the program materials that you have, the Norman Krumholz program that's in front of you has the agenda. And inside, you'll see a QR code at the bottom, and that QR code will take you to more information about the biographies of speakers. You also have, you may have another document with you on the table or at the registration table, and that is a list of the Virginia and Norman Krumholz scholarship winners. The scholarship offered its first scholarship in 2006, and we've offered this scholarship to 2 students per year. And we'll actually have one of the scholarship recipients talking a little bit later, but some of you in the audience may also be scholarship winners, and so we welcome you as well. We want to also recognize that this is an awkward moment, and that is because Julie Rittenhouse, some of you may know, passed away last week, and we know that her family service is going on right now. And so we want to recognize Julie, and we also want you to know that Julie took part in the preparation for this event, and so Julie's spirit is living on through this program as well. I also want to recognize lots of people that are a part of this event and made it happen. I'm not going to read off all of the names just because there are so many people that were involved in this, and I think that's really one of the most exciting things that's part of this event is how many people were like, you don't have to ask me twice. I am happy to be a part of it, and I want to be a part of it. And so thank you for everybody that has their fingerprints on this event and are still working on the event as I'm up here speaking. I also want to recognize that our CSU APA, our student organization of the American Planning Association, has a shop that's going to be open at different times throughout the day. So many of our past CSU APAers are in the house, and some of our current student organization planners are in the house as well. So good to see you all and welcome, and feel free to stop by and talk with them. You'll see me a lot today because I'm your host, and so I'll be up and down throughout the morning and afternoon. But I'm going to turn it over to the leadership of the Levin School of Urban Affairs and the College of Public Affairs and Education. You're going to hear some remarks by Dean Anglin, by Dr. Clayton Wukich, and Professor Dr. Wendy Kellogg. And so I invite them up to the podium to say a few words.
Well, good morning. It's good to see all of you here. It's such a bright day and a warm event for Norm. First of all, I want to thank Beth Nagy for her leadership in this reboot. It's important that we keep these things going, and Beth and colleagues have committed to do so, and I'm quite thankful. I'm so pleased that the Levin School of Urban Affairs is hosting the Norm Krumholz Lecture Series. Norm inspired so many of us, his students, practitioners, and he inspired even more with his writing. He changed planning practice for the better by focusing our attention on equity and poverty. He moved the conversation toward defending the rights of those who can't speak for themselves. Norm left us a rich and important legacy in linking equity as a centerpiece of planning. I will always remember him as a gracious colleague that set a high bar for intellectual and applied engagement in the challenges of our cities. And I'm so happy that this was his home. So with that, Clayton.
Good morning. I'm Clayton Wukich, the interim director of the Levin School of Urban Affairs. You all know that there's a Levin College and a Levin School now. I am the interim director of the school, the department. And I'm just here to welcome you. And welcome back to the Levin School. Welcome back today as we celebrate the work and the legacy of Professor Norm Krumholz. Everyone in this room in some way is part of the intellectual family that Norm established. And as you participate in today's programming, please remember that this intellectual family isn't done growing. The problems that Professor Krumholz addressed still exist in various forms and various sizes, and his work needs to live on. But you know this, you're doing that work every day, you're here, and I thank you for that. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask for your help in helping us advance his work. How many in this room have come back to the Levin as a guest speaker in a classroom? Thank you for that. How many of you have participated as mentors, formal mentors, in our mentoring program? Thank you for that. How many of you, well, I'll stop. You are all involved, and for those who aren't, and I'm so happy to see alumni and recent alumni here. Recent alumni learn from our colleagues here. Come back to us. Help us. We need your help. Help us create opportunities, learning opportunities for our students. All of you, please help us with creating internships, paid internships if you can, and fellowships for our students. Help us advance Professor Krumholz's work. I'll also say that if you can, in addition to your time and your energy and your expertise, donate money if you can. You see on the list of scholarship awards for the Krumholz Scholarship Fund, the people who we've been able to support in the past, the people who the Krumholz family has supported in the past, our planning students. If you're able to donate, that will help us help students in the future. So with that said, you've heard enough from me. I just want to thank you. It's great to see you all back here again to celebrate Norm and to advance his legacy. Having said that, I will now introduce Professor Wendy Kellogg, who is professor and planning program director here at the Levin School.
Good morning. Thank you, Clayton. Thank you, Beth, for organizing the event. It's a great thing to bring this back. And thanks to all the people who are speaking today and to all of you who are in the audience. As has already been said, you're going to hear a lot about how Norm Krumholz profoundly influenced this college, now school. Beth had asked me to speak about how I thought Norm influenced the Masters of Urban Planning and Development program during his years at CSU. And also, I think because I have institutional memory longer than most of my now faculty colleagues, except for Dennis Keating, who you'll hear from next. So I wanted to reflect a bit. So Norm influenced the planning program in several ways. First, as you heard from Beth, his work and reputation drew faculty to the Levin College who had an interest and commitment to equity planning. That focus is central to our research, how we engage students in the classroom. And I literally would not have come to CSU if not for Norman, because he had close relationships with my dissertation advisor at Cornell, John Forrester, and with SUNY Buffalo's Dave Perry, who at one point was a Levin chair at this institution. So that network, they all thought that it would be a good fit for me to come here, and I guess they were right, since this is my 31st year. So I've enjoyed every moment. Second, Norm was a mentor to many planning faculty members, and for me, he was always happy to have a chat in his office about planning. You could hardly make him stop talking about planning. It was wonderful for me. He had wonderful stories about planning in Cleveland, and his focus on equity helped me and others learn and connect to those values in our own work. And he was a gracious person and always willing to chat about things. And lastly, I guess I'd say that his real-world experience in planning helped connect the planning program to public service and to Cleveland's planning department at City Hall, and those connections we maintain today. David Sweet, the first dean of the Levin College, had this crazy idea to bring really prominent, wonderful public servants into the college as faculty, and there was nothing quite like that at CSU. So Norm was one of the first, and Cy Murray was the other in public administration, and the influence that they had on the work here really strengthened our community engagement and our connections to Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. So he also inspired so many planning professionals to come to the college and learn in various ways. And I, as planning director, I'd be remiss. He also inspired a lot of people to come get their master's degree. Hint, hint, if you don't have that yet. We are currently reviewing our curriculum, trying to update things, trying to get more on social media, all the things one has to do today. But we have, I think, a dynamite program, and it's very strong, and welcome any comments. How many of you have served on the Planning Advisory Committee over the years? A few of you, yes. This is an important part of our planning program. I usually have 20 or 25 professional planners who give of their time and help us understand how professional practice is moving, and that's a really important way that we connect. I can say that those of us who served with Norm as his colleague miss him dearly. His influence on planning practice and on the Academy continues, as evidenced by your presence here today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for your words. One of the things that I mentioned was, as part of the program, you have a QR code that'll link you to extended biographies of all of our speakers and panelists today, and that's to keep the program running a little bit more smoothly. But I think many of the people that you'll hear from today really don't need much of an introduction. You know a lot of them pretty well. But right now, I'm going to introduce Dr. Dennis Keating. Dr. Dennis Keating is a distinguished scholar and emeritus faculty member here at the college. And before, I had missed something in the introduction, and that's the glass display case that is over by the catering buffet, that you'll see in the middle a display of many items, kind of our version of an exhibit of Krumholz materials, and also many of them co-authored with Dennis. And so that's just a mention that if you haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, please stop by and take a look. But I'm going to welcome Dennis Keating to share his thoughts about a tribute to Norm.
Thanks, Beth. So in my case, I left Oakland, California with my family to move to Cleveland in 1983. And a large part of the reason for coming here was to join the college and work with Norm Krumholz, which I did quite a bit, including publications with Norm, some of whom are over there in the case. So my role is to give you a brief history of Norm's legacy. I think many of you in the audience know Norm, knew of his work. Some of you, however, may be less familiar with Norm's career. I would like to, before I do that, reiterate what Beth mentioned, that is the passing of Julie Rittenhouse, who left us on October 11th. There's a service right now at St. Patrick's over in Ohio City. And on Monday afternoon, 3 to 5, there's going to be a memorial tribute to Julie over in the Student Center ballroom. I met Julie when I was temporarily in charge of the Center for Neighborhood Development, which Norm created while he was off in Rome, being an artist. At least that was his claim anyway. Anyway, I made one of the best decisions of my professional life by hiring Julie Rittenhouse to work in the center. Julie came to Cleveland in 1982 with the Jesuit Volunteer Corps. She worked on the Near West Side with many organizations, did incredible social justice advocacy work, and then left that to work with 2 foundations before she rejoined Cleveland State in the advancement office. She will be remembered. So for Norm, we're honoring his legacy as a professional planner and his impact on the urban planning profession, and carrying forward Norm's work in equity planning. One of Norm's most famous efforts with his staff when he was the planning director of Cleveland, beginning with Carl Stokes, the election of Carl Stokes having inspired him to leave Pittsburgh and come to Cleveland, was the policy planning report, 1974-75, depending upon how you count. And the key statement in that document, unlike virtually any other plan by a urban planning commission in the United States, was the following. Equity requires that the government institutions give priority, attention to the goal of promoting a wider range of choices for those Cleveland residents who have few, if any, choices. And that was Norm's mantra while he was planning director for 3 very different mayors and beyond. Also guided his practice as a planner with his staff. At City Hall, he and his staff fought for better housing, better public transportation, and the preservation of public power. Norm also argued for a regional fair share public housing policy in Cuyahoga County, the empowerment of neighborhood-based community development organizations, which are just beginning in the early 70s in Cleveland, and against the destructive effects of some of the highway planning in Cuyahoga County. He helped create Cleveland's land bank. That was the second municipal land bank in the United States. And he also argued for a substantive cost-benefit analysis of public subsidies to developers by planning agencies, which did not endear him to many of the local politicians, much less developers seeking public subsidies, but Norm kept trying. Norm was a strong proponent of civil rights. He was also against the effects of policies like redlining on minority neighborhoods, and always called attention to the plight of the poor and those that were in minority neighborhoods in Cleveland and elsewhere. After leaving the city of Cleveland in 1979, after a brief time over at the Cleveland Foundation, with the help of the Cleveland Foundation and the Gunn Foundation, Norm arrived here at the Levin College and founded the Center for Neighborhood Development. And for the next several years, Norm and his staff at the center worked with Cleveland's emerging community development community to improve many of the neighborhoods in which they were founded. They helped to create the Cleveland Housing Network, which gained national attention with its program to rehabilitate housing and to allow low-income residents the possibility of home ownership. That's still in existence today as one of Norm's contributions. 1989, as a stint of a fellow of the American Academy in Rome, Norm returned to the college, left the center, became a full-time faculty member, and inspired generations of our students, I think some of whom are here today, remember Norm's contributions to their education. Many of his students went into the field of community development, working with those community development corporations that he and the staff in the center supported in their early days. And also taught with some of the practitioners. You'll hear about that from Beth Nagy and Bob Brown later. So as a teacher, Norm carried on a lot of what he did both in City Hall when he was planning director and also as an academic. His immediate impact was local. He served on the boards of several local organizations, became a member later in his life at the Cleveland Planning Commission, having been former planning director. His work was also recognized nationally. Norm received many awards. He was elected president of the American Planning Association, the APA, in 1986, later served on its board. He was elected president of the American Institute of Certified Planners, the AICP, in 1999. He long worked to have the planning profession and those organizations incorporate his ideas of equity planning in their work. And he finally succeeded with the inclusion of the following statement in the AICP's Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. It goes like this: "We shall seek social justice by working to expand choice and opportunity for all persons, recognizing a special responsibility to plan for the needs of the disadvantaged and to promote racial and economic integration. We shall urge the alteration of policies, institutions, and decisions that oppose such needs." So as an aspirational statement, I think that's one of Norm's most important legacies, and hopefully there are a fair number of planners around the United States who are acting to carry out those very statements by Norm. For his work in advocacy, Norm received national and local awards, including, among others, the naming of his 1974 report a planning landmark. In 1990, he received the APA Award for Distinguished Leadership. In 2019, here locally, the Morton Mandel Leadership and Community Development Award from Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. In addition to his teaching, Norm was a widely published author. There are several books over in the case, including a few that I authored and edited with Norm. His 1990 book, Making Equity Planning Work, Leadership in the Public Sector, with Professor John Forreston, that Wendy mentioned, one of my PhD colleagues at Berkeley, illustrated how equity planning could work at the policy level. Lillian Corey of the Cleveland Foundation said the following: "Every person who goes through the planning and urban design field has been touched by the book at any school in America and internationally." And the American Planning Association made the book one of the 100 essential books of planning in the 20th century, illustrating the work of equity planners. In his latest book, Advancing Equity Planning Now, that was done jointly with Kathy Hexter, who will join us later, Norm's influential writings will be more easily available through a repository that Bob Jaquet, who'll be moderating the next panel for us, is organizing. So in this series and in future events, I think Norm's vision for a better society aided by progressive planning will provide an important guide for our future, for future students and practitioners, and Norm's spirit lives on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words, Dennis. Well, I'd like to introduce one of our co-keynote speakers for today, Mr. Chris Ronayne, County Executive. Many of you know Chris as being one of the most closely connected to Norm over time, and really embodying a lot of the spirit and the different roles that he's played over time. Because he's got such a long biography, I'll refer you to the QR code, but I'd like to welcome Chris to the stage.
Thank you, Beth, Dennis, Dean, Roland, thank you, Wendy, Clayton. I love that biography. Let's do that everywhere. Just read about it. Don't, thank you. It's exactly what we need. We get more time together this way. So I want to say, first of all, I just feel Norm right now. I don't know, do any of you? I just feel him here in this building and next door where he talks. I feel him. And one thing that a couple of speakers just brought to mind some random thoughts about Norm before I jump in on anything prepared, which, by the way, was 6 in the morning at my coffee table, so I'll see if I can read what I wrote. Andy knows this, and he didn't want us to point him out, but Andy Krumholz is here, Norm's son. Thank you for being here, Andy. Coming from far away, from someplace sunnier than here, I can see. But look at Andy's smile, and you'll see Norm's smile. Norm had a way. He just had a way to bring us together, literally with a smile. And he could be as serious as the sun rises, but he was smiling doing it. It's just something that came to my mind, and I'm looking forward to seeing the case of all Norm's work with the colleagues here. But above all else, the genuineness of Norm Krumholz about his depth of wanting to know people is what drew me to him from the very beginning, his smile. And another thought that came to my mind as others were speaking was a conversation I had about 3 weeks ago with a gentleman, some of you know, Flance Caver, who's Dr. Caver now and is in the management leadership team at GCRTA. And I was a guest at a Black Public Administrators Forum that was hosted here in Cleveland, a national forum. And Doc Caver is on the board and lives and works here locally with GCRTA. And we got to talking about Levin College, and Doc Caver said to me, you know, my life changed the day I walked in the building and somebody took time with me. And in that case, and many of the professors here worked with, knew Dr. Larry Terry, but it was Dr. Terry from Flance Caver that changed his life. And he followed him all the way to his PhD, followed him all the way down to Texas, and came back and applied his work here. And I said, Doc Caver, the same experience with Norm Krumholz. I walked in a building next door, and my life changed because I met one person that just changed my way. And so Norm's always with us. He will, and we need to keep him with us always. I want to, on a levity note, say to so many of my professors, first of all, I'll do the survey where Clayton left off. How many of you taught here with Norm? Raise a hand. Let's give them a round of applause. Our teachers here, our faculty. How many of you worked with Norm either in the neighborhoods or at City Hall or anywhere that Norm worked? Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Keeping Norm going through being here. And then finally, how many were able to be direct students of Norm? Me too. Thank you to all of you guys for being here. I'm going to argue we're all students of Norm. One other thought that I was thinking about when Dennis was speaking, Norm at the end of his life, I don't think he lobbied for it. I don't think he was out petitioning anybody for this, but a monumental achievement for Norm was that for the American Institute of Certified Planners exam, a category arrived probably many years too late, but before Norm left us. But he left us with a legacy of equity as a category on the AICP exam. So Dennis is right that every planner that aspires to be a professional planner in this country has Norm with them, whether they knew it or not, because he was ahead of the curve by 50-some years. Final thought, and my random thoughts, I can never escape when I walk in this building, I'm a student again, and it's humbling in fun ways. I parked outside Becky's. I was always running to Dr. Byers' class. I was running to Dr. Keaton's class. I was running to Professor Rittenhouse's class. I was running to Norm's class. I was a student running in, and I'm always having that moment thinking about, I'm late for class. But it was great to have receiving professors who got along with me anyways. But it's just good to be back on your campus and feel being a student again. And again, all of us, students of Norm. I do want to thank my professors that I took classes with here. I mentioned a few of them, probably more out here. You all changed my world and my life. And here's to the faculty of this great college and in this university. You change lives every day. My younger brother became the college professor. I somehow got a political job in the world of county executive. I'm glad to be there. I'm glad to serve you, and it's nice to work for you. And again, it would not have happened had I not been here. So what would Norm Krumholz do? That is the question that we should all ask ourselves, whether we're in public life or other sectors. What would Norm Krumholz do? Well, it is great to be back at Levin, celebrating the life and times of Norm Krumholz. And I know Andy's thinking this. Norm would say to us, sort of in his own humble, fun way, is, don't do this, don't do this. You're all here, go do what you need to do in the world, but we need to do this. We need to continue to keep Norm Krumholz's teachings alive and ask that question, what would he do? Exploring the Future of Urban Planning, Beth, is a great title, I think, for this, and thank you for helping organize, and Bob Jaquay, you guys putting this together, the future of urban planning. I don't mean this to be too much of a pun, but with Norm, at least for me, it is back to the future of planning. 50 years ago, fast forward, we're finally back to a future that Norm Krumholz saw way ahead. Today, again, we ask ourselves that question that Norm was asking 50 years ago. 54 years ago, as Dennis mentioned, when Norman was recruited to Cleveland to work in the administration of Carl B. Stokes as planning director. He'd worked in Pittsburgh and Ithaca, but it was in Cleveland where his seminal equity planning framework took shape. He couldn't have worked for 3 more different mayors. I've met most of them, with the exception of Ralph Perk, but met his son, and I've heard from all about stories about Norm. Carl Stokes, the first African-American mayor in the country, elected to lead this major American city. Ralph Perk, a Republican mayor who never left his blue-collar Broadway neighborhood. I know Norm respected that. And what I respected about Ralph Perk was actually his wife, Lucy, who turned down President Nixon for a dinner party and said it's bowling night in Cleveland. And of course, Dennis Kucinich, a firebrand populist forever known as the boy mayor, but I know he had deep, deep respect for Norm Krumholz. Different leaders indeed, but all 3 agreed Norm was the guy. The guy from New Jersey, like the other guy from New Jersey who sang about it, Norm Krumholz, lived the song, I did it my way. He did it with others, but he did it his way, and he brought it out in us. Growing up an FDR liberal, fun fact about Norm, and again, Andy can clarify any facts I missed, but Norm was once a small business owner in the travel business and in the carpet business, as he told me, Andy. Who would have known that about Norm Krumholz? We always just assumed he started out at birth a planner. But his experience, as Dennis said at Cornell and Wendy mentioned, like so many of us here at Levin, is what began to shape his framework for practice in the art of art, more art than science of planning, and also, of course, his work as a practitioner. When he came to Cleveland, Cleveland was ending, it was enduring so much tension. And again, I think fast forward to today, we struggle again with tension between races and ethnicities, still white flight, public schools that suffer from that flight and that tension, discriminatory practices still today in the housing market, but fierce in the years that Norm Krumholz was in Cleveland. Redlining and blockbusting, it was all right in front of Norm. Inequity surrounded him, and he broke out with a path for equity. He and his team at City Hall started asking the question in the face of inequity, how can we create more choices for those who have less? I think you're going to hear that said over and over again, but we can never say it enough. How can we make equity planning work? In fact, that's the book, one of the books that Norm wrote, Making Equity Planning Work. In the mid-1970s, Krumholz's crew, some of them here from City Hall at 601 Lakeside, had the audacity to, as Dennis referenced, think about planning differently. Instead of updating a comprehensive plan, which we know is important, my planning director and friend Mary Serby out there, Chris, you're going to hear from. Yes, we work in the art of red and green boxes on a land use map, but Norm thought differently. The Cleveland Policy Planning Report. It's now recognized again, as Dennis mentioned, by APA and AICP as one of the significant works of planning in the 20th century. To put it in real day terms, in the 280 characters or less, it was nice to see Norm Krumholz named on Twitter as one of the significant planners of the last century. So it's not just us that knows it, it's the world of Twitter as well, or X, whatever we call it now. It was a statement, that plan of values and intent, goals put together by Krumholz's team, some who are here and who helped with the visioning and the goals the department set. Listening to citizens and institutions, the team arrived at that one central thesis that, again, Dennis referenced, in 1975. That central thesis, I'll just say it again, that equity requires that locally responsible government institutions give priority to the goal of promoting a wider range of choices for those Cleveland residents who have few. The team didn't just want to espouse it, they wanted to practice it and prove it out. Norm always warned of the normative, and there's a lot about Norm that I want to continue to say because history frames people the way history and historians want to frame them, but Norm cautioned us as students about normative planning, about the way things ought to be. He deeply cautioned us about utopian planning. You had work in front of you and you had to upend inequity in the moment you're in, not just participate and pontificate about it as a utopian future. I think that's why Norm wasn't a major promoter of long-range planning, because you had to move in the moment you were in. So the planners got to work. They pushed for fair share housing in the suburbs when our public housing agency was only in a couple of suburbs beyond Cleveland. I live on that front line every day, just affordable housing for all in our communities around. They joined and led regional transit efforts to expand rider choice and service rather than go with the flow on the allocation of resources. It was two things. They were working to regionalize the transit system, but they were also looking to reject what Norm called the boondoggles, and rightly so. The downtown people mover, which Norm saw as a downtown Disney monorail fantasy for the suits. Would have ran right out here, above, killing retail below, getting to somewhere where I used to work. Instead of buying into the dreams of wholesale downtown urban renewal, Norm kept it real, and his team advocated for neighborhood reinvestment. Our community development corporations, how many have worked at them or work now for CDCs? Thank you for the work you do. We stand on Norm's shoulders and his early work on Cleveland neighborhood centers. With the growingly accessible lakefront that we enjoy today, we owe a debt of gratitude to Norm and his team who recognized earlier that the city parks department didn't have the capacity, the breadth of resources to manage it alone. So today we have a regional system on our waterfront. Took 2 putts to get there, but we're getting there. After 3 tours of duty at City Hall and a stint on President Carter's National Commission on Neighborhoods, 1979, disco died and Norm left City Hall. The fun ended. But the dance floor that he was bound for was here at CSU. He joined CSU as the founding director of the Center for Neighborhood Development. He helped form the Cleveland Housing Network, a model for the rehabilitation of housing for low-income tenants that helps many become homeowners. We rely on that model today in Cuyahoga County. An organization that, again, have the long, long reach of Norm Krumholz. For those of us lucky to have been students at the Levin in the 4-decade window that Norm taught here, our lives changed for the better. I know that about you students, and even if you didn't directly take in his work as a student in front of him, you've probably taken it in time. What a gift. A person who led equity planning on the front line in practice in this great and flawed city, and then gave it all back to his students for generations. What a gift. I entered this college in 1992. Again, Doc Caver and I walking in on the tip of a friend who said, go see what they do. It was Stuart Meck, by the way. Some of you know him and knew him. Another great person in our midst. Stuart said, go see, the faculty's pretty good up at the Levin College. Right next door, I walked in, went through a door, met Roberta Steinbacher, who this room is named for, Debbie Brown. They said, you need to meet Norm. There he was with a smile, but it was a serious smile looking at you. What are you up to, kid? What do you want to do? Come into my class in January, and I hadn't even signed up at CSU, but I found myself in his class, auditing his class, Intro to Urban Planning. And yeah, there was some theory in the class. The way Norm split his classes, he'd usually do about half the class on theory and practice, and then he would work on local issues. But we learned, from Mumford to Paul Davidoff, one of his contemporaries and one of his inspirations in advocacy planning. But we also explored practices in other cities, delving into the debates of Robert Moses and Jane Jacobs, and you knew who Norm sided with. Yes, Jane Jacobs. But by the spring quarter, I was hooked, as many of us were, and I was signed up for neighborhood planning. And my clients, I was learning a practice of planning because my clients were the St. Clair Superior Corporation, and the CDCs. I don't have to ever look any of this back up because they lived it in such a vivid way because of Norm. Names like Kathy Jaksic and Renee Berry live in my mind from St. Clair Superior Corporation and LADCO. In real time, even in the early to mid-90s, we were still documenting the vestiges of blockbusting and redlining happening in real time in the neighborhoods of St. Clair and Superior. In Euclid, the city of Euclid, we were working with city planners that Norm introduced us to work on small commercial reinvestment in a community where flight to the adjacent county was ongoing. Norm really was CSU's mantra, engaged learning. When they came up with that at the marketing department down the road, I hope they were thinking of Norm Krumholz because he lived engaged learning. By 1994, I was honored to become his graduate assistant, and he continued to engage students in the most spirited ways. One way I'll never forget is Norm saying to me, after my day job with him on the hours of every day, he said, I'd like you to go out and help somebody with their campaign. So Norm thought I needed to learn something about politics. Forever grateful for him for that, but also humored by showing up on West 14th at the Pelton Place Apartments as a volunteer because Norm sent me to one of his former students, Bob Hudacek, who many of you know. And Bob jokingly but seriously opened the door, first time I ever met him, and said, "Are you my new campaign manager?" Norm got me on that one. I became his campaign manager. Bob would have been a great mayor of the city of Cleveland, by the way. Flawed campaign manager on arrival, but Bob opened my doors, and Norm was the consummate networker and somebody who never forgot his students, right, and supported them all throughout the stages of their career. Had so many lunches with Norm where I worked at University Circle just because Norm monthly would want to get together. So anyways, that was my engaged learning, the other learning outside the classroom, which, again, say to every faculty member here, get your students out in the community. Around the college and at APA conventions, Norm was a rock star. I'll never forget being with him at one of the APA conventions, and we couldn't get through a crowd. Everybody wanted to talk to Norm. He literally was a rock star. He also, though, around here, with humility and humor, he could have been a person in a role in the show The Office. And I think some of the faculty team members will know this about Norm. He was the affable icon out and about beyond these doors, but inside he was just the scrounger for food. He was always picking up nuts and peanuts and whatever he could find in the old kitchen. Somebody brought somebody in for some birthday, and it was gone by the time Norman got in there because he'd eaten it up. And so we were a family here, and we're a family today here. I distinctly remember a group of students who arrived on a student APA exchange years ago, and again, I just have these vivid memories, even though it was the building next door. It was as if they came through this door, streamed in, and every SUNY Buffalo student had at their side, in their hand, the Blue Book. The Blue Book being the book making equity planning work. Engineers have their Green Book, planners had their Blue Book. That was Norm Krumholz and John Forster's book, Making Equity Planning Work. And they wanted Norm's signature. They wanted his autograph on it. When I graduated from Levin and headed to the county for the first time, I chuckle again at Norm's wisdom and his humor. Norm gave me two pieces of advice. One, he said, get out of the cube. Once in a while, a planner's job isn't always behind the desk. Get out of the cube. Your job's also in the community. And two, he said to me, and no disrespect and offense to anybody, I see Craig, so I'm not looking at you because you're a great engineer, but he said, don't spend all your time with the highway guys. So, but, you know, Norm gave good advice because you got to spread yourself to different places to make impact. And by the time I was lucky enough to stand on his shoulders and become the Cleveland Planning Director, and that really was an audacious task. And I think I saw Bob Brown out here. Hey, Bob. We all, you know, had the audacious task. Anybody that followed Norm, pretty tough act to follow. But he was always our conscience in all of our work. Especially with the big ticket projects, it was that question, who pays, who benefits? Raldo Bartimol, a dear friend of Norm's, called Norm a pebble in the shoe of corporate Cleveland. That was a great, great thing he said about Norm, and I know Norm was proud of it. But he was always, to us, just, you know, kind of a regular guy, too. Many of you out here had been to one of Norm's bologna lunches upstairs. It was a monthly reality check on the goings-ons in Cleveland, and the bologna between the bread wasn't the only bologna we talked about. There's a lot of bologna in the community that Norm liked to chat about, and he liked to check in. I can't stress enough how much the faculty adored and respected Norm here alongside the students. One person I also want to recognize, as Dennis did, is Julie Rittenhouse. I was lucky to take her class because Norm suggested I do it. And as we speak again, Julie's celebration of life is happening at St. Pat's in Ohio City. But they had just an adoration for each other. And Norm encouraged us as students to be full planners, understanding the full range of possibility. And I really wouldn't have known then what I know now about how fundamental grant writing is to community development. You got to ask. You got to find partners to get things done in this town. Julie taught the class that Norm referenced me to. Later, Norm, as Dennis said, became president of National APA and AICP, the latter of which he became a fellow. No surprise. He was an FAICP like Howard Mayer, who's here today from NOACA. It was quite a distinction. I couldn't, like I said, get through ever a conference with Norm because so many people wanted to talk to what was emerging by the 90s, the understanding that Norm was the dean of equity planning. And he brought something from Cleveland to a world stage. It's a testament to his work that he's become more popular decades after working at City Hall than when he was even there. Perhaps, and I know a couple of you here today, Bill, see out there, and others that worked with him at City Hall, he was probably some days one of the least popular guys in Cleveland, given his minority opinion on things, but he was right. But today we look back with reverence at a guy who got it right. Equity planning lives in this college. And I, like you, have worried a little bit, I'm going to say this to the team, about the brand changes here. I worry a little bit about the effect on the core of this college, which has been planning, urban studies, and public administration. But it won't be diluted if symposiums like this continue, and we continue to talk in education and public affairs about what equity and planning is all about. We won't lose sight of it if we stay together and strong on the message that Norm brought to us. So we ask always, and we should keep asking, what would Norm do? I think we've built a case, and probably all day we will, about why we should ask the question. There's a man of integrity, a man who stood up for what's right, stood up for those who had least. And mayors respected Norm, as did everybody in the community. When all was said and done, people who fought with Norm respected Norm. Carl Stokes' son, Cordell, told me at the 50th anniversary of the last Cuyahoga River burning, the Cuyahoga 50, Matt, I saw you out there, helped organize that. It was Cordell Stokes who said Norm was Dad's guy. Him and Ben Stefanski. He loved those two, and Ben was the water guy, and spent a lot of time with Carl cleaning this thing up. But he said Norm was Dad's favorite. And even after Norm's contrarian commentary about Michael R. White's administration, who I've come to become a good friend of, Michael R. White, Mike White once said to me, Norm's a good dude. That's just simple as that. Mayor Jackson carried with him always the question, who pays, who benefits? And the planning directors who served after. I referenced Bob, but Morrison, Ronayne, Brown, Collier, Huang. The question for all of us always out of 601 City Hall was, what would Norm do? Even last night and this morning, I asked that same question of myself on a public policy position that we have with Cuyahoga County. Maybe a little abstract, but we're trying to put more money to our public defenders to defend children who are facing the juvenile justice system and the juvenile detention center. I'm trying to put more money toward public defenders. But last night we got tripped up at some meetings where special interest plays, where lawyers had issues with us giving that money out to the public defenders who have shown the outcomes to have done a better job. We're sticking to our game, even if it's unpopular. It's a zero-sum game that we'll play the game and stick to our game. So today, this morning, I'm on a phone call, as my friend Audrey heard, full chapter, line, and verse, talking about who pays and who benefits. As early as this morning, I'm channeling Norm. In his last year of teaching, we dedicated, as is in the case, East 18th Street and Euclid Avenue, Norm Krumholz Way. I thank my friend Debbie Berry, who's not here, I asked her, can you get the city to do that when we were at University Circle? And of course, the college went along with it. And we surprised Norm on his 90th birthday with Norm Krumholz Way, because he deserves it every stretch of the way. The man who enlightened us all, Levin, his spirit, his conscience, still shines bright here. He said to me just a year earlier from his passing, I'm going to teach. Andy, you'll appreciate this about Dad. I'm going to teach until I can't stand anymore. I love that about him. The perseverance. He's not teaching directly today, but he's still teaching because of a forum like this. And after his passing in the fall of 2019, we celebrated, late 2019, we celebrated Norm's life late in February. I always find it a twist of fate that it was leap year that we celebrated Norm's life here at Cleveland State. It was February 29th, 2020, at the celebration of his life at CSU. And it was 2 weeks after that that the whole world changed. And we are together again, and we should never take that for granted. But the world is fragile. Community is fragile. Cleveland is fragile. People are more remote, working remote, learning remote, shopping remote, distance from one another, isolated. Norm had a knack for appreciating the ecumenicalism of the ecumenical ways of all our faith-based institutions, but how they anchored community. The anchors, Norm thought, that strengthened the neighborhoods, but their congregations are hurting. I was with the 95-year-old E.T. Cavaness yesterday who said, can't get people to my church anymore. Problematic there, as we're celebrating the Civil Rights Trail, was those were the congregation points where people talked about the issues of the day that mattered. And Norm knew that. Public transit is struggling. We have a housing shortage, not caused by population growth, but by the degradation of housing stock, wood stock frame homes that are dilapidated now in our community. And so with it all, we ask ourselves, what would Norm Krumholz do? You know what he would do. He'd roll up his sleeves, he'd get out from the desk, he'd dive into the community, he'd develop policies, institutions, and practices that address the challenges of today to provide more choices for those with fewer. Ask yourself every day, what would Norm Krumholz do? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. We're going to take a few minutes to get set up for our morning panel. So grab something to drink, use restrooms, stand outside. It's a beautiful day in Cleveland, and we'll get back to the panel in about 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. We're going to be beginning with the panel in a few minutes. If you could grab your drinks and hold your conversations and come back to us.
No, not yet.
Well, hold on for a second. You can have them in your hands.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
Or you can just move them closer to you, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Great. Thank you.
And anything I can get you, like drinks and everything?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, let's have some fun.
All right. And yes,
Beth, would you be kind enough to grab me a little
water? Do you want a bottle or cup?
whatever works?
I can't like such a good ever about we went to this conference one time where there was a swimming pool and he pulled himself out of the swimming pool and his trunks came down.
That happens to all of us.
Things
Yeah.
like can't
I'm like
unsee.
20 minutes late.
Yeah.
That's what I've been thinking about this whole time.
If we need to, no. Hello, Chris.
Oh god.
We need to shorten our responses. Okay, fine. Sure, we can speed up if we need.
There was a bunch of us from the foundation who just happened to be
Just
staring
a
at the
question.
pool at
Do
the same time.
you want to finish right at noon?
And it was just like,
Oh.
okay.
I haven't even been
I mean, I cackle.
It's
It's
10
about
after.
10 after.
Oh.
Well, if we go a little past noon, that's okay.
Okay.
But don't feel like you need to stop.
It was so
If you
nice
want
to see
me
George
do-
Cantor. Yeah. He was the first planner I ever dealt with and had so many questions and I would like, it's this annoying chick again who's like completely new
Very
at
much.
this.
Well, and George is so
my
nice.
arthritis
Yeah,
is
so,
bad. Could I?
yeah. I mean, I've known George
If you
for.
could, I would be
Yeah,
grateful.
back when I was at the county, he was.
I learned, somebody told
quite
me
a while
that
already.
Oh, sure.
Right, you were just into the county beforehand?
I was at county planning for 11 years.
I guess we never really like linked up to like talk about what you've done before,
Yeah.
so I didn't know that.
Yeah, he spent 9 years at Slavic
Time and
Village,
just
2 years before that at the city,
can do it.
the city land bank, and then before that.
I knew the land bank. I guess I hadn't asked about the city. I mean the county. That's
Got
dope.
you
It was,
at least
it
a
was
minute.
like, it was, that was my first real job coming out of college. You know, because of, Jim Costelli.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jim was my capstone
Okay.
This
advisor
earns you
There's just a natural.
back then, and I was working full time for L'Arche, working with adults with disabilities, and so I had like no time to do any internships. So I asked him, Jim, hey, do you know of any place that's looking for an intern? He said, yeah, as a matter of fact, county planning was. I did that for a while, and then finally just kept me around.
I love
Good
it.
morning, everyone.
Here we go.
If we could reassemble,
You're so classy.
we're trying to have our next session, our first panel of the day, and finish around noon. So if we could get started, that would be tremendous. I'm Bob Jaquay. I'm moderating a panel on how the past plays out in the present. We are trying to follow on the excellent introductory remarks by the Levin College, our welcoming Dennis Keating's concise history of Norm Krumholz's life, career, and impact, and Chris Ronane's energetic, boffo, heartfelt keynote. To probe more deeply on equity planning and how the past plays to the present, we have 3 truly expert practitioners that are on our panel today. All 3 have extensive experience and are in fact highly respected leaders that have come from within the community development system in Cleveland. And each of the 3 have been tapped to take on roles still very much caring about equity and community, but over wider geographies. Starting on my far left is Chris Alvarado, who is currently the Cuyahoga County director, who is helping to foster regional collaboration on many, many levels. He's working with all of the local governments within our county and special districts, but also all of the surrounding counties in our region to try to figure out better solutions, much as Norm started in the 60s and the 70s here in Cleveland talking about fair share plans and fair housing, and his work in the early days of the creation of the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency dealing with regional transportation. He, of course, came from being the director of the Slavic Village Development Corporation. And so to his right is Keisha Gonzalez, who is taking on a very, very important role at the Cleveland Foundation that was once handled at the foundation by Norm Krumholz himself. Keisha leads the grant-making work in community and economic development at our community foundation, and also is heading up the efforts by the foundation to go beyond grants and to invest in community with social impact from the portfolio. So very, very important portfolios that she's managing, and is relying on her experience at the Metro West Development Corporation. I know some of her colleagues, Ricardo Leon's colleagues, are here today at one table over. Why don't you raise your hand so everybody knows Metro West is well represented today. All right, tremendous. And of course, last but not least on our panel is Ricardo Leon, who for many years was the director of the Metro West Development Corporation, and now is the chief operating officer at the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, a concept that's been brought forward by Jim Rackauckas and Gus Frangos on a broader geography scale. But Norm championed land banking at the City of Cleveland with Craig Miller and others in the planning department back in his time at the Planning Commission. So we're going to delve a little bit further, building on the things that we've heard already today and hopefully flowing into the rest of the day. The obvious question perhaps that we can start, hopefully will be conversational, informative, maybe even fun.
With this crew for sure.
So the obvious question, we use the phrase equity planning, but when you hear it, when you use it in conversation, when you write it in your documents at work, what does that phrase mean to you? How, as you have practiced at the neighborhood level, in community, in planning, in your roles today, how does that concept play out? What does it mean?
So I think it's not a coincidence that all three of us had come through the community development corporation landscape because that was a very specific policy that Norm made sure to put into practice. The fact that here in Cleveland, what we have is extremely unusual. You go to other cities, legacy cities around the country, around the world, and you don't have that network of CDCs that we do here in Cleveland. I'm looking at my colleagues with Slavic Village Development, our colleagues with Metro West, other colleagues who've come through this. And equity planning was something that was important to Norm, not in the terms of those long-range plans, but in terms of the policies and the practices that were put into place. And one very specific practice that he made sure to have had to do with the role of community organizations when it came to plans in the city of Cleveland, as well as where resources get used. He wanted to make sure that neighborhood residents were the drivers of what happened, how it happened, who benefited, and what our communities looked like that went beyond what a 5 or 10-year plan could look like. So when I think about equity planning, it all has to do with the fact that Norman wanted us to focus on those practices and making sure that those practices were in place to be able to keep that work going regardless of who's in office, who the planners were, what the plans look like.
So I
I think I might be the oddball one here in this group in that I did not go to the Levin College. But one thing I will say though is that the permeability of equity planning and how it has flowed into the community development sector has really framed and formed the way that this new generation of practitioners are behaving in the sector. I would say that all of us transitioning out of the CDC ecosystem as recovering executive directors, as well as folks who are bringing in this pressure into the ecosystem to really talk about choice, right? Equity planning, we heard the mention of the correlation between equity planning and choice. A lot of the practitionership that we have historically engaged in our roles in community development, but are also engaging in our current form and functions, it's really garnered around choice, right? The ability to create the conditions for folks to live a life well lived because there are options. If anyone's read Poverty by America, Matthew Desmond's new piece, there is a really great line that talks about choice is the antidote to exploitation, right? So I really look at this next generation building tons and tons and tons of connective tissue from equity planning kind of to these new modes of thinking on how we're addressing things like poverty, like housing, connectivity, right? And I think one of the other components that I think has been elevating often in the community development ecosystem is this alignment of equity planning paired with cultural competency as well. Right, so the more that we are engaging in communities, the more that communication of the content has to be delivered in a way and received and designed in a way that is reflective and culturally competent.
Yeah, I would echo everything that my colleagues have said. I think the other thing I would add, and for those of us that we've come from CDCs, and a lot of our community development corporations are in neighborhoods and communities that have historically been disenfranchised or historically been disinvested in. And I think for a lot of us, the idea around planning, equity planning, and that Norm really instilled in our industry over the last 50 years, comes down to how we managed our organizations and how we ran our organizations and how we brought resources to the community, and consistently thinking about how do our decisions and the way that we deploy resources and engagement tools, how are they elevating the folks who have historically had the least amount of options, right? The folks who have historically not been at the table. And I think that's something that all respective organizations have done well historically and are continuing to do. But if you look at our kind of CDC ecosystem and our community and economic development ecosystem as a whole, I think consistently across our region, you'll see that more often than not, folks are making those types of choices and those types of decisions, even if it is the technically more difficult decision or it requires more resources or more time and energy. We all collectively agree that that is the proper approach to lead in this space. And that legacy comes straight from Norm.
So I think all of the comments, and particularly the way that Keisha phrased it about equity planning coupled with cultural competency, kind of hits on one of the questions that I thought in my head would be relevant for us to ask. The notions of equity planning have been out in the field for decades now. And as practitioners have worked with those concepts and trying to apply them to make the community better, there have been evolutions in the way that equity planning is practiced in the field. So can we talk about that specifically, maybe with cultural competency explicitly mentioned, but maybe there are other ways too. How have we improved, or can we continue to improve practice of equity planning based on what you know and what your experiences have been?
I can jump. So I think, and I say this is, I'm not a planner. I've learned everything I've learned from planning. I've learned from all the amazing folks I've gotten a chance to work with over the last few years. And obviously some course material here at CSU. But I think one of the ways that we've seen a shift, particularly in that cultural competency piece and thinking about equity, is finding ways to get those folks who often are the most overlooked folks in our community to the table, right? So I think about the work that we did together around the Clark Falling Together community planning process. That was a partnership between Metro West, CDC, the Cleveland Foundation, Ward 14 Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, the Metro Health System as our anchor institution in the Clark Falling neighborhood, and then the City Planning Commission, right? So former Director Collier was personally involved in that plan. And it was, from our understanding, kind of the first time you had 5 key kind of institutions within a community coming together and willingly kind of putting residents of that community in the driver's seat, right? And that work, you know, I think back to how many conversations I had with Freddie, and he's not here, so I could talk about him. Freddie would always recenter us in like the idea of like, we are doing this for the folks who need the most resources. Like, we're not doing this for the folks who want to move into the community. We're not necessarily doing this for the folks who want to invest in the community. We're doing this for those legacy folks who have been here, the people who have stuck through this neighborhood and have seen this community change, and now are sitting kind of on this precipice of transformational change. And they should be the ones that are being put in a position to make decisions about the future of their neighborhood. And I think that was a really, for me at least, that was like really my first experience in being able to be like in a planning process. Matt was a part of that process, he's here too, where we did as much as we possibly could to ensure that we were centering our residents, particularly our Latino residents, the folks, you know, in a predominantly Latino neighborhood who have historically been completely disengaged from both civic engagement, certainly, but just their community as a whole, centering them and their voice in the decision-making process as we thought about that plan. And I felt like that was something that was relatively new in my experience.
Well, and it's also interesting because Freddie Collier, I believe he got his master's here at Levin College. He studied under Norm. He didn't come through the CDC world, but that was a part of his practice, right? And it wasn't something that he just learned here. It was also that cultural competency, that ability to be able to reach out to just a wide variety of folks, but knowing that from his position as the planning director, that he had that influence. You know, he came in with his own background. I remember talking to him, and he had worked in retail, right? And that requires, you know, that's a level of experience that requires being able to work with a lot of different folks. And I think that was something that I remember talking to Norm about who tended to make good planners, and he said they oftentimes were folks who were in the industry, right, who had worked as servers or in retail, and who had to deal with different personalities, sometimes under stress, and understanding that you know, it's not just putting something on a piece of paper, it's being able to relate to those folks who you're serving and making sure that they're being heard. And that was something I just think of time and time again.
One thing I want to build off of around with the cultural competency point, right? Culture. I think oftentimes we also, for non-practitioners, not just in planning, but in community development, allied sectors, right? We often conflate cultural competency with like an export of a community, something that is transactional, something that someone comes and visits to experience and then leaves, right? And I think it's something that both in the work the beautiful work we're seeing with Asia Town, and I think the work that came out of Clark Fulton was this commitment to not be planning for a community that becomes an experiential commodity for people to come in and come out, right? But rather it is an authentic, and authentic's also overused, right? In the same way empowerment's overused. But in a way where folks actually feel like families can be their whole selves, right? That the kiddie pools are still on the sidewalk in the summertime. People are still screaming across the street at each other, right? The things that produced folks like us, right? And I think that's really powerful and super important as we think about the next generation of planners coming out, that we're not producing sterile neighborhoods, because that is literally the biggest fear. And we know by the numbers gentrification isn't quite happening, right? But we know that psychologically gentrification is happening for people, and I think that today's students have a responsibility and a stewardship to make sure that they're designing their practice in a way that is going to allow for communities to be preserved while being elevated at the same time.
So we've heard today Chris talk about what would Norm say. How do you frame that question? I realize he may have been your teacher, you may have met him at a meeting. Do you actually use the phrase, what would Norm say? And if you don't, I still do. But how does that question get framed as you look at a new proposal or a new development idea, or you talk to somebody in the first ring, Chris, about collaboration in the county?
So thought about this a lot over the last few weeks as we've been preparing for this panel. And as I had said earlier, Norm was critical to the development of the CDC network in Cleveland. The relationship between the CDCs and City Hall through the Department of Community Development, the fact that there are all these practices in place to have citizen input into what's happening. And I constantly think of how Norm would say, all right, that's great. We've had these institutions in place, but he would always say, how are do the institutions continue to serve the folks who have the least number of choices? And I would say that right now, for example, with the CDC network, he would really challenge us around whether those voices are being heard, or whether we've just created another level of institutions between our citizens and the decisions that are being made. And so I think he would continue. He would challenge us. He would ask us, are we actually giving voice to those who are the most voiceless? And there's just that constant revolution that needs to take place around that kernel that he gave it to us.
Yeah, I would say kind of along those same lines, and I didn't have the pleasure of having Norm as a professor, but I've met him in passing and have read his work. Kind of along those same lines, I also think about, that word equity gets used a lot, probably overused these days. And oftentimes when we think about equity, or when folks speak about equity, it's equity in the initial process, right? Like a community planning process, right? Like there's equity in the initial process, but then how does that equity actually live through, like once that plan is done and it's on somebody's shelf, and now you actually have to turn that plan into reality, or someone is turning that plan into reality? Oftentimes, unfortunately, what we see a lot of historically across the country is equity doesn't necessarily make it into those conversations. And so that's where my head goes when anytime we're doing a planning exercise or something that is, thinking broadly about communities and how we're investing in communities or how we're affecting communities. It's not only how do we get through this initial process, but how do we ensure that once this first step is done, how do we hold folks accountable? How do we hold ourselves accountable? How do we ensure we have our institutions at the table who have the means and ability to change communities? How do we hold them accountable to those same equitable practices? And that's kind of really where my head goes typically when I think about, equity in our ecosystem.
I'll frame my answer to this question kind of based on from a funding perspective, right? As somebody who does grant making on community economic development for the Community Foundation. I think a lot about who is capturing the future appraised value of the outcomes of this investment.
Yeah.
Right? I think from both planning and community development, the past 30 years has really brought, it's professionalized the sector, which I kind of wonder what Norm would think about the current professionalization of the sector, because I have my thoughts, but that's for happy hour. But I also think that
why not while we have an audience?
When I'm off the clock, Bob. But I do think that we have to start to dive deeper around how the economic gains of both planning and community development work no longer land in the pockets of organizations or institutions, but truly has the ability to be captured by either individuals or collectives at our community, right? So when I think about, we get a lot of requests for gap financing on low-income housing tax credit projects. Those are time-bound and temporary. And very often they create markets, those markets are successful, and then what happens to those units? Yeah. It's not an investment that brings in preservation and perpetuity, preservation of affordability and perpetuity. So I'm asking myself that question, right? So what are my dollars doing today that's gonna benefit folks tomorrow? And then simultaneously, like, who's actually making the monetary gains? Is it the code developer? Is it the nonprofit Chodo, right? Like who wins outside of the affordability being met, right? So I think there's a lot to unpack there in the future that's really tied to this construct of equity planning and how it's interpreted today.
These are great answers. So to me, today's event is not just a revival of the Krumholz Lecture Series, but in some ways it's kind of a passing of a torch between a generation of practitioners, planners, community development professionals. There's a table with Bill Ressiger and Janice Cogger and Bill Whitney who've worked with Norm at the early stages of these ideas being put into action in our community. I'd like you to maybe even call out names of practitioners that have picked up the torch, that have a much longer runway than folks like me to carry on the work in our community. Who do the APA students that are in the audience look up to follow as role models in their professional work that are active today? Other than you three, of course.
I love this question.
Do you want to go first?
I mean, Matt, raise your hand. I mean, if we're talking about co-conspirators at the city, I mean, Matt's been a phenomenal human being in the planning department.
Let's get Matt's full name so that it gets recorded for the annals here.
Matthew Moss.
Thank you. But I'm just saying he's one person who's in here, so that's I think that's a great start.
It's terrific.
So one of the things that I loved and that right now I'm missing from being a CDC director is the ability to bring up, to act as the farm team when it comes to planning students for either taking leadership elsewhere in the CDC world, or joining the city, or joining the county, or even working for private planners, private developers, right? This is something, again, this is another piece of Norm's legacy that I don't think we realize, is that by building up the CDC network, you've created this community of ethical, empathetic, capable planners and developers who are able to make an impact elsewhere. So very honestly, when I think about who's doing this well and what that future is, it's very much, I'm looking at the table of my ex-colleagues over there, right? Between Crystal and Greta and Erica and Schneer. I never worked with you, PJ, but we'll be soon. That's what it is, right? Because it's this generation that we have now doesn't just come out of this college with tremendous technical chops, but with that level of empathy and that eye towards equity. That honestly, we were talking about this at the CDC leadership program yesterday. Erica Merritt was and Adele DeMarco was doing a training around equity. I mean, this is the generation right now that has been impacted by George Floyd, by a lot of the cultural changes that have taken place over the last few years, and that we need to keep leaning in on. That's what I see as that future, not this old guy and these two much younger folks, but it's what this generation's doing now.
It's all relative.
It's all relative.
I would kind of echo the sentiment of my colleagues. We're kind of in like I don't know, it feels like another like golden era of development here in the city of Cleveland and the county, right? We have Mary and her team at county planning, like she's put together like an awesome team. Director Wong at the city, Chief Epstein, right? Like there's like a bunch of folks, a lot of whom came out of the CDC world. Like it's kind of interesting to see how the CDC world and ecosystem has like born a bunch of leaders in their own respective rights. That in a lot of ways we have like really forward-thinking folks at the helm here in our city and our county and our region. I mean, you think about the Fund for Economic Future and others, where folks are really like living and breathing this ethos around equity and instituting that in their work. And so to me, that it's just like one of the most fascinating times in my opinion. And as a relative newcomer into this space, where I've only been here a few years, just seeing from when I landed in this space, 6 years ago to where we are today, I feel like the industry has completely changed, And I think one of the things I think a challenge that we're going to see is ensuring how do we continue to get folks to want to be into this space and get more young talent into our industry when the private sector just seems a lot nicer.
So there's a practical question that you raise, Ricardo. We have probably about 20 minutes before the lunch hour, and people really start to get us signals to move on here. So there's like time for a free consult of 3 eminent practitioners and the Levin College. How does the college keep it going? How do they work their curriculum, their engaged learning in ways that develop that deep bench of new talent? How do they find those that aspire to serve community to get into this work?
This is something that I've been thinking a lot about because we tend to fund these types of pilots, and my call to the college is really to think about how are we lowering the threshold to access and exposure, right? So really thinking about like folks who may not be pursuing a 4-year degree, and maybe this is a partnership with Tri-C or other institutions, but really thinking about what's the exposure like threshold, and can we lower it even further? Because I am willing to put my hand on a chopping block that you two would agree with me here, that some of the most magical and radical insights comes from non-degreed folks and their lived experience in the tangible built environment, right? And I think that oftentimes those are the folks that, and I'm gonna tie this to your previous question, Bob, right, around like the who. It's also just like people who live in neighborhoods, right? Those are like the premier planners, right? They can like offer substantial insight, right, to how we should be experiencing place. And I will say from the Clark Fulton Master Plan to the work that was happening in Midtown and during their planning exercises, all of that was fed by people, just everyday people experiencing space. So I do think that if we can figure out ways to lower the barrier to exposure, I think that could be so powerful.
And I think that gets tied to civic engagement and what's the role of Levin College and of our institutions to give folks, everyday folks in our neighborhoods, that power again. I mean, we talk about all the time, right? The lower percentage of folks who vote every year. It's it's very much that canary in the coal mine when it comes to engagement in general, and a feeling by a lot of folks that they're powerless, when in fact they do have the power. How is it that we get those levers of power closer to them, or how is it that we, to mess up this analogy of levers, but how is it that we make sure that they're able to have that increased leverage to be able to impact what's happening on a neighborhood level and see things happening right away, but also 10, 20, 30 years in the future. I think that gets tied together with what you bring up, Keisha, is lowering that barrier to entry. There's so many barriers that we put up, and that from a state house level we continue to put up to make it harder for folks to have an impact on their communities. There's a role that this college, I think, plays in that as well.
Yeah, I would echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and I guess I would add is once folks are in the door, there has been some level, in my opinion, of this happening. And Dr. Nagy, I think, is one of the folks that I've had the experience of being able to do this with, then exposing students to the real world of community development. Just a personal story for me, I got to Levin. I had no plans of being in community development. I actually didn't know what urban studies and community development was when I walked in the doors here. And then, fast forward a few years, and I ended up being in the CDC world, and I found it being one of the most, in my opinion, the best decision, personally the best, decision I ever made in joining the space. But I got to learn so much, and even though I spent, 2.5 years of my life in this building, in the first year of being at Metro West, I learned more than I would have ever had the opportunity to learn here, just in the fact of dealing with every single day things, right? Everyday life and the people that you meet in community and doing community work. It just exposes you to so much. And so that is something that, again, a lot of credit to Beth. We, for 2 or 3 semesters in a row, she had a staff of students coming out to Metro, a group of students coming out to Metro West, and working on big projects together in conjunction with the practitioners that we're doing every day. So while they're learning the theory of it, they're actually able to learn from practitioners. And I thought that was a really rewarding experience, even for Metro West and our team as well. And since then, I've run into a lot of those folks from those classes who are still in this space, and have told me oh man, that experience is what made me want to stay in the industry. So just creating opportunities for students to really get to be out in the field practicing and seeing what it really is to be in a community development practitioner.
and making sure that we pay our interns.
I was gonna say, I'm probably compromising myself for a follow-up conversation, but pay the interns. Like, we have to be practicing what we're demanding, right? So we're talking about equitable work conditions. That's also, oh, can we add, teach your students how to negotiate their salaries.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's something that I really, those types of skills of being within like an actual institution or organization or a nonprofit, I think there is an opportunity for Levin College to really think about how you prepare your students for that side of the house too. Because the reality is so many folks show up with the theory and understand the theory of it, but are so green to what it means to be working in an institution or in an organization that really it is to their own detriment in a way.
So we're not quite near the end, but are there things that, as you've thought about today and your chance to be on this panel, you wanted to raise, questions you wanted to ask, tie-ins to the rest of the agenda? I'm thinking that, you know, as we're talking about CSU, there's a place where Beth Nagy and Bob Brown are going to talk about Norm's teaching legacy. Where do we tie in what we've talked about to other parts of today? Whatever you want to say.
So, I mean, I think, you know, out of the three of us on the panel, I was the one who had the, like Chris, the good fortune of having Norm as one of my first professors here. Again, this was back when we were on the quarter program, so it was a lot easier to just try out a class and see whether the program made sense for us. I was in my late 20s. I had been working for a while, but not sure what it was that I wanted to do with my life. I had a completely useless philosophy degree that may have prepared me for law school if I chose to do that. Thank goodness I didn't, and thank goodness for everybody else that I didn't. But I mean, just something that I think about always is, and I'm glad that was something that Chris brought up, was that accessibility that this college has to folks who come in new, who don't know what goes on inside of these walls, who haven't been exposed to planning, to development, to public affairs, and the fact that this continues to be an institution that is not just welcoming of students, but welcoming of our communities, and continues to provide these forums, and not just invites folks in, but goes out. And that's something that we just need to continue to lean in on. This is a school that does that leaning out into the community, I think, better than any planning school in the country, or even in the world.
Yeah, you know, this is a great question. I think one of the things I think about, and I've just been kind of in this space in this last year of really thinking about cross-sector collaboration, right? And how do we start exporting kind of the expertise of the community development sector and industry and practitioners to other sectors that really need to benefit or would benefit from really instilling this ethos in their work too. I think about some of the work that the city of Cleveland is doing on the southeast side, right? There was a group of us that were able to go to this thing at the beginning of the year with like Bloomberg, and we're really thinking through how can you start really moving those levers to move a community forward and invest in a community in an equitable way, but bringing in multiple sectors right across the board and getting our business community, our philanthropic community to the table, and in a way that's not just asking for money. And so that's something that where my mind is really going and has been of like, how do we, moving forward as an industry, work together and collaborate together to really expand the reach of community development? Because I think there is some level of folks who come through this school, and when you leave here with your degree in hand, it has changed the way that you view the world, right? It changes the way, the questions that you ask. I did my undergrad in economics, and it's kind of the same thing, right? Like, and once you're an economist, it's kind of hard to turn that off. I think once you're a community development practitioner, it's impossible to turn it off, right? Like, I'm sure my colleagues can attest to the fact, like, every time you go to a new city, you're looking around at like the pole banners and and the public transportation and how do they manage to get these resources, like these different things here, like you just can't turn it off. And so how do we try to export that into other industries? That's really where my head has been, and there seems to be a decent amount of work starting in that space.
And to kind of build off of that, for the students in the room, give yourself intersectional exposure. I have a bachelor's degree in anthropology. The Chester Building, rest in peace, is no longer here. But that's where I got my degree here at Cleveland State. And I have a master's in historic preservation from the Biden School at the University of Delaware. To philosophy degrees, right?
Right.
Never used it. Dr. Webster, I love you for the exposure, but never used it. So build muscle and exposure, because what actually brought me into the sector was somebody investing in cross-sector exposure for me. So I started off as a community organizer at Metro West, and for those of you who know Adam Stalder, he's at the county. Ricardo stole him. He's at the county now, at the county land bank. He was just like, go take this NDC training, go get certified, and let's see how you grow into economic development. And those perpetual investments, right? To the point where actually I use all the muscle that was built over time at Metro West is something that I'm flexing now at the foundation and really thinking about it, not just across the city, but within 3 counties, right? So just try to get as much exposure beyond planning as you can to help kind of compound your impact, because I promise you're gonna see the world differently. And it'll also open your eyes to different career paths that are not just being a planner. Because I think it's really powerful. Our president CEO, Lillian Curry, is an architect, has never practiced outside of maybe building her building. But I think that's something really important to acknowledge, is that there could be different career paths outside of the title of planner.
Yeah, just to build off of that too, for students and folks who are newer in their career too, man, the community development industry is so interesting that you get exposed to so much, right? In one day you could be you're in a community meeting, which is residents in your neighborhood, then you might end up being at a council meeting, which are always very fun. Then you might end up in a meeting with a head of a bank, right? That could all happen in one day because we get exposed to so much work, because the work that we do, it has tentacles in all these different facets. And so after Keisha left, she gave me the great opportunity of running Metro West,
You're welcome.
This was fun. And I would tell all my new staff coming in, right? When I inherited the organization, we had about 4 staff. When I left, we had 16. Every time we brought a new person in, I would say, hey, I know this is not the job you're gonna retire from, but learn as much as you possibly can, make as many relationships as you possibly can, build trust with as many folks as you can, because you never know what door this community development space is going to open up for you, because we get exposed to things that folks in other industries just don't get access to, right? If you're an accountant, you pretty much just end up being in front of a computer all day, right? Or if you're an engineer, you're just kind of sitting in front of an AutoCAD machine building stuff. With community development, you can be anywhere, really. And I think that's one of the most exciting things about our industry. And I think, again, it goes back to this idea around equity and how are we creating seats at the table for the widest amount of folks possible. And our industry really is doing that, in my opinion.
So as you're out in the field, how would you, this is the last question I think we have time for, how would you describe Norm Krumholz's legacy and his impact on the field of community development, your work in philanthropy, your work in local government? How would you sum up Norm's lasting impact?
Yeah, I would say it's a combination of having developed a culture, a planning culture here that is deeply empathetic, that really that cares about the needs of everyday citizens, along with a professional culture that looks beyond that plan, that looks at what are the funding levers that need to go into this, what are the practices that are beyond this, what are the public policies that support these things over generations. And so a lot of what you see here, and I'm not going to go through the list because it's the list of every single institution that Norm Krumholz had influence either creating or developing. That's what we have here. It's an entire community that, if we choose to use those levers, and that's a choice that we have to actively make every day, can continue to use things like NOACA, sewer district, RTA, et cetera, as forces of good for those who need more choices?
I'll say, I like this question because I think my response as someone who's not a planner but works in partnership, like, I get to exist in it. And like, what a privilege that is, right? Like, there's so many folks who have been touched by these teachings, right? By Norm's impact, by Norm's smile, as I've heard by many, that I get to exist in it and I get to ideate in it and kind of really engage in radical imagination with people. And I think to what we're seeing today, that there is a rare moment in time in Cleveland where leadership has changed. And the new leadership that has stepped in has really been formed and touched by equity planning. So I really do think that for me to summarize it, it's existing and operating in it in its most beautiful form.
And yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. The way I look at it too is kind of fascinating. Is also, like I mentioned, I'm not a planner, but I've had the opportunity to be around a bunch of amazing people. I kind of measure Norm's success in like the people that he impacted, right? Like, I've had the opportunity just like, and look at the long list of folks who are in your, in the guide for today. I've had the pleasure of working with a bunch of like super amazing people, like super smart, intelligent, forward thinking, like who have equity at the center of like their being. And almost all of them have either directly been affected by Norm or indirectly via his teachings. And I think that's really the measure of his impact in our work, is that, he's no longer physically with us, but his mission, like his view of the world is, in my opinion, is never going to leave us, because we have instituted in so many facets of our day-to-day work, and just so many people who have just been blessed with the opportunity to learn this and be in this space. And so that's really how I view the impact. And again, I'm a kid who, I didn't know anything about this stuff, so I just got a chance to really learn from everyone around me.
Appreciate it. Well, there are going to be opportunities for our panelists to interact with you at lunch, at the happy hour, as Keisha has suggested. I guess that means you're sticking around, I hope. And so we'll follow up. And as the day goes on, hopefully what we have continued from what went earlier today will continue on as the day progresses. Please give a round of applause to our excellent panelists. Thank you for the privilege of moderating today's panel, and I'll turn this over to Beth Nagy.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And one of the things I also wanted to offer as a follow-up was I've had the opportunity to have class partnerships with both Ricardo and with Chris. And if anybody is interested out there as practitioners and engaging with us as faculty, you know how to find me now, because you have my name in the program, but you know how to get in touch with a lot of us at the college. So I just wanted to open that door for anybody who might be like, I don't know her very well. Hopefully you're getting to know us pretty well today and making those opportunities available. And thank you for being together with me in class and working with students. I appreciate that. And what a great panel. Thank you so much. We have lunch here, so we're going to be breaking for lunch. In the program, I think it says we have a variety of box lunches that are here for you. But since you're downtown, I don't know how many of you are downtown too often, feel free to step out and enjoy some of the lunch spots around town nearby. I also want to invite you to walk around campus. It's a nice day on a Friday, and Cleveland doesn't have a whole lot of days like this when it gets to fall. So enjoy and practice the 15-minute city idea, walking around. We're going to resume our program at 1:15, and we look forward to seeing you then. Have a good lunch. I'm going to get out of the way here.
Things that are fine over at the law school. Excellent. Cross-pollination.
Right. Next time you see the president of the university, tell her we're doing great. Stop cutting our budget. Yeah, exactly.
especially late at night. You never know what you're going to run into. It's a wild shit. Yeah, I think we were like walking around downtown.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to kind of put a timer out. We're going to get started again in about 15 minutes. About 15 minutes. Carry on. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see those of you who stuck around, and it's good to see some new faces in the crowd. Welcome or welcome back. We're going to be moving on to the second half of our program. I want to thank the speakers and panelists so far, and really want to say it's just been really comfortable and a really good collection of people, and so I hope that you're enjoying yourself. I kind of feel that spirit in the air. For the afternoon, I would like to welcome Joyce Pen Huang up to the podium for talk about equity planning in her own words. Thank you so much for being here, Joyce.
How's everyone doing today? Good? Good, good. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. When I came in, I looked at everybody here, and I know about all the good work that everyone's doing, and I said, all right, I have nothing to say. Bye, everybody. Good job. Keep it up, because this is a room full of people that really care about the city and have dedicated your lives to making the city better. So it's a true honor to be here with everyone. I see former Director Collier in the room somewhere, and one of the things that he said that really stood out to me was that planning directors, we're just carrying the baton. We're carrying the baton from one generation to the next generation. And we continue the work, we continue the legacies of the City Planning Commission, one of the oldest in our country, right? The City of Cleveland City Planning Commission. And I'm just honored to be here with people to continue carrying that baton together, to continue carrying that legacy of Norm Krumholz together. So I do want to share a little bit. I heard that Chris Renane, county executive, came in and shared a few personal stories, and that's how I also wanted to start as well. I think we all know Norm Krumholz as a teacher, leader, a policymaker, and his words around providing more choices for those who have few will just resonate forever through American planning. And we inherit those words. We inherited those words here in this building and in our country and around the world, really. But one of the things I did want to share about Norm is that while he's lionized and he has this amazing legacy, he was, to me, someone who was a man who wanted to do what was right at the right time. And that was something that just carried him throughout his whole life, his very long life. I had the honor of being a student while he was here in the mid-2010s. I worked with him under Kathy Hexter for the Center of Community Planning and Development. I got to do a little bit of research for him. But ultimately, some of my fondest memories of Norm was out of the office, out of school. And I wanted to tell two stories that I will take with me forever about Norm, and hopefully this is true to your memories of him too. When I first started in community development, I worked at Midtown Cleveland, and back then it was when the organization was more of a chamber of commerce, very focused around business development. And I reached out to Norm because I really wanted some advice, and I wanted to know what I should do to help encourage more equitable development, to encourage more community development. So I went out to coffee with him, met in his neighborhood of Shaker Square, went to coffee at Dewey's, RIP Dewey's, miss you so much. And I was, telling him about my time at Midtown, and I asked him, honoring my elders, wanted to know what he would have to say. What should I do? What advice can you give me around my time at Midtown, about equitable development, equitable community development? And he did not give the answer that I wanted him to give. Nor was it the answer that I expected him to give, which was, he just looked at me and said, you'll know what to do. You'll know what's right. And I was like, come on, give me something else. But I just think that is the spirit of Norm, is that inside he was so principled, and he had those values so strongly embedded in who he was for planning, that he knew what to do at that right time. And he was asking me and us to follow what we know is to be right too. My second story was actually from that very same coffee when we were talking about career, and he's like, you'll be great, you'll be fine. He said, I know. Well, I want to share with you, Joyce, that I found my dream job. And this is when he's 89 years old, He's like, I found a job as a planning director of a small California city, like seashore city, And he's like, I put in my resume, and I think I found my dream job. And I was like, what is the reviewer's face when they realize that professor, former planning director, equity planner Norm Krumholz submitted their resume, right? Like, that's the spirit of Norm. Like, he was always interested in what was next and lived his life so joyfully. So I hope that we can take those stories with us too. And if I do live to 89, maybe I'll apply for that same job in the future or something. So I want to share with you that I'm not coming here with any answers either. I think equity is something that is continuously something that we need to focus on. And things are same, and they're also different. When it comes to equity planning, things are the same in the sense that we still need to approach everything that we do with a race lens. We know that race and planning and city development has been inextricably, combined, and that's what we see today with the patterns of our neighborhood development. So with that, we have to carry that lens forward, and we always have to come forward with that level of data analysis and understanding from where people are coming from. We are inheriting just the legacies of zoning issues. We're inheriting the legacies of redlining, and these are all things that we work day to day to combat. But we also have inherited different times now. We have a changing context that continues to speed up, it feels, every day. We have technology that continues to be more integrated into our day-to-day lives, whether it's through the e-scooter that I took here by using my phone, or Airbnb, or other digital technologies that help us to have a very technocratic perspective. We have a climate crisis that is acute, and even though the skies are still blue, it's getting worse day by day. We're starting to see some people return to the city, but we still see population loss in our city and the region. And also the populations that are leaving are primarily on the Black East Side. We see people moving out of the city to suburbs still, but also to other regions like Atlanta and LA and DC. We are rapidly getting more polarized by the day politically, and we're in the midst of rapidly diversifying cities in a positive way. Like we're going to be more and more diverse by 2040. But how are we going to be able to sort of live in diversity when everything is so polarized? So there are so many unknowns when we move forward in planning. It's hard to guess everything. And when you're a planner, you want to be able to dictate exactly what that is. And so again, I don't come before you with any answers, but I think hopefully what you've been getting from today is that we continue to just work with what we know, that we're going to interrogate and ask critical questions, and continue to hold some of those principles that are so important. I do want to talk a little bit about what we're doing in the present, and then what we can think about in the future. I think we ought to continue the legacy of Norm's work in inclusive transportation. That was always a point that stood out to me, that public transportation needs to be supported, because the least of us who don't have the privilege or access to a vehicle, still 25% of our city, still rely on that. We need to continue investing in a heavily disinvested southeast side, specifically, by the mayor's initiative. We need to continue investing in our housing and development. Some things that we're working on right now at the city is that the Department of Building and Housing has put forward legislation called Residents First that really targets out-of-state owners and vacant property owners to say, hey, you got to register with the city and you got to bond with the city, because you can't just let it sit there and decay. The Department of Economic Development is developing an incentive scorecard that evaluates how the city might distribute public funds and public incentives. And a lot of those strategies include some of the planning principles that we all care about, looking at geography and the history of inequitable practices, locating near public transportation, and the like. The Department of Community Development is continuing on strategic land reutilization. How do we, again, take the land, the 18,000 parcels in our land bank, to put them to productive reuse, whether that's through development or through other public realm spaces. All in all, the present says continue to strengthen the urban core with jobs and population stabilization with an aim towards growth. Now for the future, coming into this role, it's really interesting to come in as government, because you both have the seat of regulation, but then also wanting to challenge. And so with the future, I think there are some things that we're beginning to really challenge, and we are seeing this with cities all over the country. We're really starting to challenge some of our zoning practices. Parking minimums, looking at housing and how to multiply different housing typologies with our current zoning code, changing our zoning code to relax and be more flexible. How do we continue to prioritize decarbonization and having a strong center in the urban core? Our staff at the City of Cleveland with Matt Moss, who is just here, has produced what I think is a really innovative policy around transportation demand management and activating more housing density along those transportation corridors while providing more multimodal options through a parking minimum swap. We ought to continue investing in our public realm and thinking about our lakefront for the future as climate resiliency continues to be an issue. And then I think we ought to integrate approaches that are growing in the field. The field of design justice is emerging. Design justice really comes from the sense that land is not necessarily neutral, and that there are difficult sites, places of erasure for communities, or places of trauma. And this movement is really being led by Black developers, Black designers, and architects to unlock more of a radical imagination when it comes to planning. And it's taking all of those elements around the social and the physical, but also the emotional, to say, how can we actually reimagine sites to be with community and to design those in a way that really speaks to a more just city? I think we ought to interrogate things like our zoning code as it relates to having more home-based businesses that are not just white collar, to allow for lower income folks to be able to operate businesses and make them legal. If you're doing hair, if you're doing nails in your house, why not let that emerge? I think we ought to challenge some of our permitting. So how can we allow for more informal economies so that people can supplement their income and begin to grow wealth? I think we ought to consider cultural districts. What does it mean to preserve the spirit of people and the spirit of a place and culture similar to historic districts? How do we begin to integrate those ideas into our planning principles and regulations? So those are some of the ideas that I hope we can chew on and ask good questions about. What does equity mean for us in 2023? What does it mean for us to think about 2040 when we have different types of economies and different types of activities that are happening in our neighborhoods? Above all, I think that, what we need to do is really try new things. We need to iterate and continue asking those hard questions. I don't think we'll ever be perfect in the way that neighborhood development happens. We might make mistakes. There might be decisions that we look back and say, hey, that wasn't cool. But I also think that in the spirit of Norm, we can enter into those decisions with a mindfulness that thinks about intended consequences and unintended consequences. There are times where we're going to have to pause and listen, and there's times when we have to iterate and act, because our communities deserve both those things. And I hope that we can move forward with that courage, and that we can look within ourselves and hold on to that advice that Norm gave me and all of us, that we can trust that we'll do the right thing at the right time because we hold on to those principles. So as we weather the unknowns, I'm hoping that those are some of the ideas that we'll carry with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. We're going to take a few minutes to get set up for our afternoon panel, just about 5 minutes, and then we'll have Kathy Hexter as moderator, and our panelists of Chris Shefton, Freddie Collier, and Grace Galucci. We need to give Grace a few minutes to get here from her NOACA board meeting. So let's just take 5 and we'll get set up.
we have to hold the mics?
Yes, you do have to hold them close to your mouth. That is what we learned. Particularly, so. We learned from Bob's way, you do have to hold them close. Yeah. But if your voice carries anyway.
I have a very big mouth.
That works.
Oh, good.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, my friend.
All right, thank you for that break. Our second panel of the day is talking about thinking about the present and the future of equity planning in Cleveland. That's kind of our theme for the afternoon, and the morning was, reflecting upon the past and moving into the future. And the second panel, we'd like to welcome Kathy Hexter, who is formerly the director of the Center for Community Planning here at the college. We'd also like to welcome Grace Gallucci, Freddie Collier, and Chris Shefton. And we're keeping the biographies to a minimum because everybody has such storied biographies that we'd be here probably till tomorrow. And so I ask you to look at the program document and the QR code to get more information about our speakers. I turn it over to you, Kathy.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's nice to be back in the forum space. I'm happy to see so many familiar faces. Our panel this afternoon is going to focus on the future and what equity planning means for the future. I wanted to pick up on something Joyce just said, which was her encounter with Norm, where he told her, you'll know what to do, you'll know the right thing. And equity planning, and Norm was very grounded in the principles of equity planning, and I think all of us who work in this field are, but I want to focus on the practice, like how does it actually work? And I think very often planners run into the encounter between social justice ideals and the real world of getting things done and getting them through City Hall, through a regional planning organization, through a neighborhood organization. So that's kind of where I'd like to focus our discussion this afternoon. I want to start by asking each of our panelists to just do a quick who they are, what organization they're with, and sort of how norm and or equity planning, how they define equity planning in the practice of their work. So maybe we'll start at the end with Grace, although maybe you want a chance to catch your breath.
Hello, could you hear me? Yeah, great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here and being able to honor Norm Krumholz in the context of equity planning. I'm Grace Gallucci. I'm Executive Director of the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency. And equity in practice is about taking that question. There's probably two questions that I remember most from Norm. One is who pays and who benefits. You take that question And you ask that question for every program, every project, every initiative, every activity. And it gives you insight. And the other one is, are we giving choices to the least amongst us? You ask that question of every program, every project, every initiative, every activity, and it gives you insight. And when you put the two of those together and you apply the planning principles along with all of the modern technology that we have, GIS planning, tools, we have ways to set apart different aspects of choices, whether we talk about geographic choice, modal choice. I'm transportation for the most part, so how do we talk about that? Economy. One of the statements I always make that I think probably originated somewhere in my mind when I sat in Norm's classroom 20 years ago is, you should not have to have a car to participate in the economy. And right now in Greater Cleveland, you have to have a car to really meaningfully participate in the economy. Otherwise, you're left with choices that are not necessarily the choices you would make if you had that car. So that's my statement, my opening statement. How's that? Okay, thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fred Collier. I'm the Senior Vice President of Strategy and New Initiatives for the Greater Cleveland Partnership. I just want to define what the Greater Cleveland Partnership's role is in the ecosystem. So we're the largest chamber of commerce in the nation with over 12,000 member businesses. Our role is really to act on behalf of the business community. However, under the leadership of our CEO, Beju Shaw, and our executive team, one of the things that we are very much focused on, which I think Norm would appreciate, is really bringing business interest and community interest together. The nexus of those two things rest in place and people. So our strategy is really focused around talent, around appealing communities, around inclusive growth, around creating dynamic businesses, with all those things supporting the notion of creating business confidence so that businesses can continue to invest in Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. Now, those are big things. The three pillars that we are really zeroing in on right now to make sure that we're competitive, and I'm going to get to the equity component of this, is looking at how we grow business, how we create jobs, and how we create income for people. All of what you've probably heard this morning and what you're going to hear this evening for all of us, all of those layers of community is really what it's going to take to ensure that we have equitable access to opportunities for everybody, from transportation, from jobs, from education, you name it. Now, when I think about Norm, I think back to my first experience with him my freshman year at Cleveland State. We had a guest speaker, and ironically, it was Mayor Frank Jackson. And I'm here, this 18, 19-year-old kid in this class, listening to then Councilman Frank Jackson, and listening to him and Norm dialogue in this class. And as fate would have it, not only would I be educated by Norm Krumholz, but be working for Mayor Jackson in the future. So when you're in class, pay close attention, because you never know where you might end up. But I will say this, with respect to equity planning as a discipline and as a key component of the work that we did in city planning, for example, and that continues to go on under Joyce's leadership, I would define it in four categories. We do planning, we do advocacy, we do regulation and engagement. How those things are delivered in the planning space is critical. And I'm going to talk about each, and I'll be brief, Kristen, so I can get this mic to you. So when we talk about the planning aspect of it, it's really understanding the importance of people in the context of place, right? And how we use land and resources to respond to the needs of the people to improve the human condition. The second piece is around advocacy, being a voice for the voiceless. And Norm was a voice for people who were marginalized. And he paid the price for that, because there's often a price to pay when you are truly advocating for the good of people who need help and need a voice. The third prong that I think is really important is engagement. How do we engage? I know Kristen has very much emphasized this over and over throughout her career, is how do we engage people and make sure that we not just listen, but we understand and meet them where they are. And then the last piece, and Joyce talked a little about this, is regulation. Right? Regulation is key, because regulation is really what creates the conditions for people who don't have to have, and to level the playing field that I believe Norm so desperately wanted to ensure that happened. So I think that he brought a spirit and a soul to the discipline that I think has impacted everyone.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the planning panel and everyone for having us here today. My name is Chris Shefton. I am the Chief of Growth and Expansion for Birthing Beautiful Communities. Birthing Beautiful is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to the eradication of infant and maternal mortality. It is really special that I work for this organization, not only because of what we do, but that it really sits at the epicenter of what we're talking about today. Our organization is dedicated to ensuring that Black women and babies survive, specifically that Black infants make it to their first year of life, and that Black women actually survive not only pregnancy, but postpartum. I was specifically brought to the organization because I am helping to build Northeast Ohio's first Black-led birth center, which will be located at 65th and Chester. It is the project of a lifetime. It is the most important thing I will ever do as a planner. And the special thing about it is that as Freddie mentioned, the seeds of who I am and where I am now were planted in my first graduate level class with Professor Krumholz. Interestingly enough, in my class, the then mayor of East Cleveland was one of our guest speakers. And I remember the first 3 classes as if they were yesterday, and feeling as if I'd found my people. Like I've been wandering the lands for many a moon, like, oh, I love this city so much, I love it. And you know, I came up in a time, graduated from college in 2002. I don't know if anybody remembers the city of Cleveland in '02. I'm sure some of you do. No one was coming back to Cleveland at that point. They called it the brain drain. It was all over the Plain Dealer. It was constant and all the time. We're losing all of our professionals and great minds, so on and so forth. And so I was the dummy who decided that I had a great job at KeyBank and I was gonna come home. And it was, I mean, now I do not look at it the same, but at the time I felt like I was making such a stance. I am dedicated to my hometown and I will return. I'm so glad that I did, because it planted the seeds for my love of cities and love of community and love of engagement and what it means. Cities are the most equitable places in the world. Anyone can live here. Hopefully. It is a space for all types, for all sorts of cultures, and the great place that Cleveland is made up of every type of person in this room. Cleveland would not be what it is if it were not for the Great Migration. It wouldn't be what it is if it weren't for slavery. It wouldn't be what it is without the Native American contribution, because we came to their place, right? Like, there's all of these things and people that are who we are that we often overlook in conversation. Not real sure how we can talk about things if you're not including the original people in those conversations. And so for me, getting to do this work, and specifically the work that we're attempting to do at Birthing Beautiful, it sort of sits at this very hyper-local, very specific thing, but it is the combination of economic development. We employ 25 administrative staff, but then we have 40 contractual doulas that work for our organization, and that will only grow once the birth center opens. Community development, our location will sit at the center of 65th and Chester, right next to the new Magnet building, directly across the street from Dave's and cattle corner from the new Cleveland Foundation, creating a district, a place where Chester ripped through, was already a place before, and then it created a highway through the middle of it. And so now we are returning back to putting these sort of places back on the map. And so I'm real lucky because then I get to also kind of play in healthcare and social services and really look and interact with how all these things come together, specifically through the lens of what it means to be a Black woman in Cleveland, what that experience is like, and that's at every level, because I know some people are confused, but not all Black women are poor. Some of them have income, some of us have education, and so what does it mean for every type of Black woman to live and have the experience of living in Cleveland? And so bringing all those things together is what equity looks like, and I'm just happy to be here today.
Wow, thank you. I think you're bringing up a perfect example. The birthing center at 65th and Chester. That location, if any of you have not driven through there, you need to, is the result of years, if not decades, of planning work, right? So it started with the transportation corridor, thanks to Grace and Freddie. And Joyce talked about her years of working at Midtown and all the investment in that neighborhood. And then we saw University Hospital open their medical facility. We saw Dave's, the first grocery store. Now, I think and then the Cleveland Foundation located their headquarters. And is it 65th that's going to be the
East 66th Street.
66.
thoroughfare? So, and right at the epicenter is this extremely needed community resource that Chris is helping to build. So just think about that, and think about all the years and all the actions that it took on the part of public sector, private actors, nonprofits, for us to get there. So I think, you know, what it says to me and what I know from my years in planning, equity planning is a practice, but planning in itself is a process, and it is never a straight line. It is never a straight line. But as planners, we can always fall back on these tools. And Norm actually talks a lot about how to do this. If you haven't read his books, they're really helpful. But, you know, Grace mentioned she mentioned public participation, GIS, which is a really effective tool for engaging the community can be an effective tool for engaging the community in planning decisions. Data-driven analysis. Research informs policy, right? We don't just go out and do these things. Kristen just picked 65th and Chester, Birthing Beautiful Communities, did a lot of research, right? And collected a lot of data. Organizing and public engagement. Building coalitions. How do you build coalitions that work so that when you step away as the planner, other people have a stake in making the work go forward, right? You need champions. You can't just be the only champion. You have to have a community of champions. Holding your public officials accountable. And then having goals and metrics. How do you know if you really are making things more equitable? So what I'm hoping, I think Chris gave a great example, and maybe, you know, you can expand on that, but how have you, maybe give us an example of something from your work where you have used these tools effectively to embed equity in some of the things that you're doing.
Can I?
Yeah.
use one that it's not going so well?
Yeah, sure.
I think that we should learn from each other's follies. So I came to Birthing Beautiful in May, super excited to do this job. I actually have been working on this project in every capacity since I worked at Famicos. And so I've literally been working on this project for 8 years. And so, you know, I want to get this finished, right? I just want to get it done. So excited, walk in the door. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to send a letter to all the residents who are going to live directly adjacent to this project to let them know that it's happening, because I'm not a terrible developer and I want them to know. So I send a letter asking folks to reach out and schedule meetings. We schedule a meeting, we get in the first meeting, and it takes a lot to make me speechless. I literally didn't know what to say to these people. Their concerns were valid concerns, but who doesn't want a birth center? I never expected anyone to tell me that, yes, we want you to find somewhere else to go. And I literally was flabbergasted. It only got worse. We had a community meeting. One of the residents was lovely enough to open their home to us. And they told us to our face they don't want us there. And oh, by the way, we've been looking for other sites for you. Because we think we know there's other places in Huff for you to be. So we don't want you here, so we're gonna help you. They've presented a petition to planning, to the councilwoman to not have us build there. And I did all the tools. I did all the steps. I reached out to the people. I shook everyone's hand. I was very nice. They were very nice to me, only to then go behind our backs and submit a petition to the Planning Commission to have us not build on our site. And I think that it is important, and I was actually having this conversation earlier, community engagement is a balance. Because you are a resident of the city of Cleveland does not make you benevolent. It doesn't mean you know more, doesn't mean you want better for the city than anybody else. It does not mean that. And that's a very controversial statement. I'm sure somebody will tweet it later, but it is the truth. Residents are fallible. They make mistakes. And I'm not even saying in this case, because let's also be clear, we could be wrong. I'm open to being told for justifiable reasons that this isn't the location for you. I'm open to that dialogue and conversation, but it has to be had from the perspective of if you're telling me about your property value, we about to have a whole different sort of conversation, okay? We cannot assume that because you are a resident, you know more or you want better for the city. I know that Joyce gets up every day and is thinking about the city of Cleveland and all 372,000 people that live here. That is the difference. That's the commitment. And so for us as planners, we have to come at this from the perspective that just because Ms. Johnson is old, just because she's black, does not mean that she's looking out for what's best for all black people. That's also going to be controversial, but also true. You cannot talk to the same 5 black people and say you've done community engagement. A lot of us do that, so let me say it again. You cannot talk to the same 5 black, Latino, Asian, whomever people.
I was going to say any person.
And think that you've done community engagement. You can't talk to the same people, period. You've got to be trying to constantly be reaching out to different folks to really hear what the residents want. If you want to know what the residents want, because if you don't, you can't talk to those same 5 people. So for us, the strategy had to change. We had to look at it from a different perspective. Now we started with the folks that are closest to this site because those were the right folks to start with. But now I got to talk to 17,000 Huff residents and tell them, this birth center is put here for you. It's being put here to save the next generation of Huff residents, the black women who live in Huff today, and quite frankly, across the region. And so our approach has to be different, and it has to look different in the next phase of this in order to show the benefit of what we're hoping to bring to the Huff neighborhood.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I think for me, the turning point was this. It was data informed. And when I was planning director, we worked with the county and a host of individuals who shared the same value proposition around equity. Equity is a value that you have to carry with you in your soul, and wherever you go, you're going to carry it with you, and you'll find a way to apply it. But in the space of planning, this is really what made it real for me. We had a gentleman by the name of Dr. Anthony Aiton, and he did some research around the United States, and he was looking at life expectancy. And Cleveland, came up as an area where they had the greatest life expectancy difference of 25 years, and this was between two communities that were like 6 miles away from each other, Lyndhurst and Huff. And as we start to work with him and start to delve into this, it became apparent that it wasn't because people in Huff genetics were worse than those in Lyndhurst. It was centered around social, economic, and environmental factors. And what that did is it put it squarely in the space of community development and planning. It wasn't about the hospital systems. It wasn't about access to care. It was about place. And for me, that became sort of the defining moment, for me in my entire career, particularly in the planning space, around what the weight of the responsibility was. And I think that is something that Norm, really valued. I remember him asking me back to come and speak to classes around this. So health really became the ultimate metric for how well we do community, right? Because we wear our experiences in our bodies, the trauma, the hardship, the challenges, right? And what we do with place and space matters. And that became, for me, sort of the hallmark of my focus around equity in the planning space. That led me to be at a table with people who you would not traditionally think a planning professional would be engaging with. Medical professionals, social service agencies, smorgasbord of agencies that came together to really think about community in the context of not just physical development, but investment in human capital. And how do you begin to bring all of those pieces together to change lives? And I think that is, for me, still today, has become like the nucleus that kind of drives me. And I think that is something that Norm and I think really shared and was on the same page around before he left.
So you're saying one measure of how equitable our communities are
is how healthy our people
is evidenced in the health
bodies,
of the
100%.
people that live there. Yeah.
An example I'd like to talk about is in transportation, we talk about access and mobility. And sometimes you can have access without mobility. If you look at the least of us as defined by Norm Krumholz, you will see that the people in those neighborhoods have access to freeways, but they don't have mobility. When we look at the GIS, we look at the data, it shows that the majority of low-income people have very quick access to a highway. They just don't have the car to actually have the mobility. So again, you think of it that way. We have the same issue with access to our funding. We have all communities that have access to the funding. They can apply for funding. They can get designs ready, and then when we have construction dollars ready for them, they can apply for those. But in reality, there are certain communities that don't have the technical capacity to get to design through design phases, so they may have access to the money, but it will never end up getting to them. They can't get to that stage in the process. Similarly, we have local match requirements, 20% local match. Certain communities will never be able to get our funding because they don't have the 20% local match. So we can say they have access to NOACA funding. We are the conduit for federal funding for transportation. We can say they all have access. Everybody's got equal access. No, they really don't. So a couple of the things that we've done to change that is we have created a urban Disadvantaged EJ Communities Policy, which has various definitions based on, if you take urban, for example, which was essentially already existing. Urban talked about housing stock, the age of housing stock before 1970, I think. It talked about income, it talked about density, it talked about a lot of different things. And what that, what community is defined in that way? Well, you could take a community like Shaker Heights that might meet some of those, but not others. You need to look at dissecting it even further. You look at communities like Rocky River, they also meet that, but what does it really mean to then be disadvantaged or environmental justice? So we take those down, and if you fall into those various categories, our policy says, A, you could use our money not just for construction, you could use it for design. So you could use it to get your project ready in order to be able to compete for the funding. We also say, if your community does not have the resources for local match and you fit into those categories, then we will waive the local match. We use toll credits to waive the local match, and now the community has access to those funds. Another thing that we've done is if you don't even have the wherewithal to apply for projects because you don't have capacity for engineering staff, you're already stretched thin on providing the bare necessities for your communities, we've developed a transportation asset management program where we do all the heavy lifting to determine the condition of the roads, the condition of the, not just the condition of the roads, but the assets they connect and how they serve people. And then we prioritize the projects and we take them to you and say, community, this is what we think needs to happen in your community. Do you agree? Would you like us to work on your behalf to put this project through the system? They don't have to do that on their own. We come to them. So those are the kind of practical things that we have done at NOACA to be able to truly address the equity issues.
Yeah, I think, Grace, you're raising a really interesting kind of strategy, if you will, which you're trying, your region is so big, 5 counties, right?
Five, yes.
Yeah, 5 counties.
Well, maybe 6 coming up, but okay. Ashtabula is
But
not part
yet.
of our MSA.
Okay.
With CSA
So
now.
still 5
Yes.
counties with huge differences in income, economic, health, right? All of these things, access to transportation, mobility. So you're trying to address this at a very systems level to say what are the barriers that the more disadvantaged communities are facing, and how do we overcome that? I think to have a regional planning organization looking at things from that perspective could really make a difference. I mean, I think one of the issues that Norm often ran into was he could do work in the city, but he, like if you think about public housing, right? He had always, all those years ago, advocated for a fair share housing plan, but he had no influence on the surrounding communities. And so most of the public housing in our region is in the city of Cleveland. So that's just a very kind of obvious example, but, and Grace, I mean, I think the other sort of advantage that you have is that you actually have funding to distribute. So you have a carrot as well as, I would never call planning a stick, but kind of the influence or trying to change people's minds through planning. And so, but you also have a board
That's a platform.
made up of people from around this region. So how do you build common ground? In other words, how do you get someone in Geauga County to say, yes, this is a good idea, this is fair? Like, I want to get you guys to talk a little bit about the coalitions or the partners that you intentionally engage in this work in order to make sure that it's going to. So, I don't know, do you want to, or does anybody else?
Yeah, I want to jump in on that because it really leads me into sort of the current work that we do from the chamber perspective. And we operate at a regional level.
Right, you're at a regional.
Now, I'm a Cleveland guy, and those of you know me, I still live in Cleveland. I was born in Cleveland, Cleveland State, Cleveland. So when I came to GCP, it was a new world for me, really understanding the region. I had worked on a plan with Grace and Hunter Morrison and a number of us to really look at the region for the first time ever through NEOSC. And that really gave me sort of the first entree into really understanding the macro region. And when you look at things through a regional lens, ironically, that lens shifts a little bit. When you look at population growth, we're pretty competitive. When you think about us as being one of the top 20 regions with respect to media market, we're pretty competitive. A lot of people talk about individuals moving to other cities and other places. When you think about Atlanta, I'll take an example, and you think about the minority population flocking to Atlanta, they're not flocking to the Atlanta city proper, they're flocking to the Atlanta region. If you talk about Austin, Texas, they're moving to the region. So it's very important to understand that when people talk about these cities, they're actually talking about the region in many respects. And you have to understand that the fact that when we look at ourselves through a regional lens, we have to use that as a way to leverage bigger opportunities. That's key. So don't let the term region scare you, because for a long time it scared the mess out of me, right? Because I would only focus on the fact that what about the individuals that I live next door to, who we believe will get marginalized if we look at it through this big picture. And that perspective has changed for this reason. Not that Cleveland in the core is not the most important thing. However, we leverage for and compete for opportunities when we market ourselves as a region. That's key.
We're more competitive.
We're more competitive. So, and we can leverage that for the benefit of us. And this is where equity as a value proposition comes into play. Now, let's talk about like how that's applied. So one of the things that when we look at from a business perspective, there are a lot of things that are opportunities. We have a lot of investment that's going to be happening over the next decade in this town, a lot of it. And when we think about that investment, it goes back to what Grace was saying that Norm, illuminated, who benefits from that. So minorities in construction, huge. How do we create opportunities for more minorities to take part in the investments that's going to take place in this city and create opportunities for minority companies? That's a big focus of GCP and a number of partners in the region. The other piece that we're really trying to focus on when we think about the future of development, the future of planning, we have to start thinking about what's on the horizon. Too often, we feel like we don't know enough. And I appreciate what Joyce was saying, is that sometimes it's about calling a question. You may not know the answer now, but you better call the question and start asking the right questions so that you can get smart. Perfect example, artificial intelligence. It is real. It is coming, and it's coming at a rapid pace. It's going to affect blue-collar workers, and it's going to affect people in this room with white-collar jobs. How do we begin to embrace artificial intelligence and regulate it in a way that does not dismiss the human being? These are real issues. You can go into a grocery store right now where you used to see customer service reps, you see self-checkout. We see driverless cars. We see all of these things that are coming online that was once done by people. The strike in Hollywood, the centerpiece of that is the issues around AI. So we have to start getting smart about these issues that are knocking at our door and preparing for them. And one of the things that I appreciate so much with respect to planning, and for all the students out there, take this with you because this is real. The reason why planning is so important, because we always have to account for change. planning is about an accounting for change, and change is going to happen. It's going to happen rapidly. It's going to, innovation is going to be key, and we have to always be adjusting for that. So we have to always account for it, right? So for me, I think it's very important to understand that from a planning perspective, and we think about the future, we have to not be risk adverse, right? And we have to learn and adapt quickly. Adaptation is key. The thing that you think you know now is going to change just like that. Can you pivot? Can you adapt? And I think that's the conundrum that we're always going to have to grapple with in the planning discipline, the planning profession.
The question was about coalitions. It's interesting as we have these conversations from the regional perspective, how even our hyper-local things, not only do they require such a great level of collaboration, but how one small thing you do in a neighborhood can then impact the whole region, right? And so this project that I'm working on, the closest birth center to Northeast Ohio, it's Pittsburgh, Detroit, and then Cincinnati. So then that means that between all of those places for women, there is no alternative in terms of a traditional hospital setting. There are birth centers that are run by hospitals, but in terms of a freestanding with a minimal amount of medical assistance, that does not exist within the region. So in terms of us doing this very specifically in Huff, we're doing it as Black community for this reason, it will have a regional impact because there will be women coming from across the state and other states in order to give birth in our location. Freddie was talking about, I want to come back to this point really quick, was talking about the health study that they did in Huff. Well, one of the #1 causes of infant mortality is cortisol, and cortisol is highest in Black women. Cortisol is caused by stress. And so again, back to the points about environments and how these environmental elements show up in our health, they also impact the future of our communities as well, when mothers can't sustain their pregnancies because of the amount of daily stress that they're under. And it goes back to coalition building also. So in addition to Huff being one of the most impacted neighborhoods as it applies to infant mortality, actually the city of Warrensville also at one point had one of the highest infant mortality rates in Northeast Ohio. And basically they came together and said, okay, the data says X. Well, what can we do? And so they built a coalition of organizations to come together to call pregnant women and say, hey, how are you? We hear that you're getting ready to have a baby. Here's a list of resources that are available to you that can assist you on your journey. Here are organizations that are available to you that can help you with housing, that can help you with obtaining healthy food to get you through your pregnancy. And so that's essentially what we do at Birthing Beautiful Communities. It's a wraparound service. It is not just we're going to provide you this doula and we're going to get you through your pregnancy. No, we're going to help you with housing. We're going to help you with your health care. We're going to help you try to find a job if you need it, and or help your partner find a job if he or she may need it. And so ultimately what it comes down to is that the only way for us to truly be successful is if we're looking on both sides of us for who our partners are in this work, because we can't do it alone. Even the best of us still need partnerships, and I think that that's one of the things that Cleveland we just do it well. For a period of time, I worked for a non-local developer, and she, when she originally came to town, she was like, "You guys just really like each other." And I was like, "Well, I don't know if we all really like each other, but we try." But I think that it's helpful, right? I think it's helpful when we can walk in rooms like this and we know each other. And to Freddie's point about the students in the room, this is like the best part of Cleveland State, is that I'm not that cool, but these two folks are pretty cool. They know people, they have jobs, you can talk to them just because they're here. And that you get this level of participation. The county executive was here this morning. The director of planning is sitting right there. If you don't have an internship or a job, that might be on you. Because ultimately what it comes down to is that what Cleveland State does is provide you access to the collaboration. It provides you access to be able to see what's actually happening. That was the best part of being able to participate in Norm's class. That was the best part of my Cleveland State experience, is that real developers, real planners, real people doing this work would come into our classroom and talk to us about these really cool projects. The first time I ever met Josh Rosen from Sustainable Communities was in Norm's classroom. And they were talking about this cool project they had just finished in Oberlin. And oh, by the way, they're getting ready to do what's now an apartment building in Tremont. And I was like, oh my God, that's what I want to do with my life, until I found out how hard it was. But I mean, ultimately, what it comes down to is that being able to sit at the foot of what's possible helps you to believe bigger and to want more for this place that we love. I hope that the basis of this starts that with We Love Cleveland. I hope that's the start of it. If it's not, I might be a little sad, but ultimately what it comes down to is loving this place makes you want to think more about how it can be better and talk to other people who are in it with you, who are commiserating about how to make this a better place.
Yeah, I don't know what else I could say. But Grace,
What was the question again?
well, first of all, can I just ask you a quick question? Are you working in coalition with the hospitals, with clinic and UH?
So
I'm just curious.
It is important to note that we will be a freestanding birth center, meaning that we will have no direct connection to any of the hospital systems. However, as a requirement for accreditation, we are within 15 minutes of every major hospital. It's not a requirement. You got to be 15 minutes within a hospital, but we are within 15 minutes of all 3 major hospital systems. So that means if anything were to go wrong while a woman was giving birth at the birth center, they would be able to be transferred to that organization.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Grace, we are talking about building coalitions and how you do that with an eye toward equity and.
So for NOACA, we have a board of 48 members. That alone is a coalition. It's a small legislature too, but it's a coalition. And we have 5 counties. We have communities that are rural. We have communities that are suburban, communities that are urban. And in order to conduct the business of NOACA, we have to look at things regionally, which means everyone kind of has to put their personal interests aside for a moment and look at the greater good. And so getting that understanding from each other is very critical. Participating in the work of the region and of each other is very critical. And continually building upon those relationships. So our board members will find themselves not only at the NOACA table, but they'll be at other tables, and then they work together. The work that we do primarily is transportation, but as we have shown over the last couple of years, we have found that there was a need for economic development work in terms of coordinating a comprehensive economic development strategy. So we took that same coalition that we have at the board level, we added folks, we added GCP, we added Magnet, we added Team Neo, folks that are not on our board, but put them on this board for economic development. And we were able to get a regional plan completed and approved by the Economic Development Administration, which now allows us to apply for millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that we could never have applied for in the past. Right. But that was because the coalition recognized, despite the fact that they may in prior lives have worked here or lived here or done this, now we have to do it a little bit differently, and we have to do it together. And that's what coalition is about. It's about working together and seeing how we can focus on ourselves, but look at it at a different level, which brings in the other partners. And the kind of work that we have also done that made us look at things differently, and we wouldn't have done that without a broad coalition. We applied for and received $1 million of seed money for a brownfield revolving loan fund. I mean, people would have said, what do you have to do with that? Well, actually, it stems back to NEOSC. The plan that we worked on that was a 12-county plan. That had brownfield remediation in it. NOACA has been keeping that organization on life support for years, waiting for the right opportunity to launch something like this to say, NOACA's 5 counties are important, but let's build the coalition or go back to the coalition of the 12 counties, because now we have more power at the federal level and we're going to apply for something and we're going to get it. So it's really recognizing where you need to partner, how you need to partner, whom you need to partner with, and then execute. You've heard the old saying, 2 heads are better than 1. Well, what about 48? That's pretty good then.
Yeah. Well, thank you all. I've just been given kind of the signal that we need to wrap this up. And I want to say, I think, just to quickly wrap up our panel, I think what you're all saying is planning is a vehicle for redistributing resources in a more equitable way. And if we all keep that in mind in our practice of planning, I think that's a really good way to think about it. And I've worked in Cleveland in planning for a really long time, and while there have been many steps forward and many steps backward, we were planning for the lakefront in 2000. Norm was planning for the lakefront. But what gives me hope is that as I look out at this room and I hear from our panel, we're all working toward the same goal, and we all I think we all do this work because we love Cleveland. And I think as planners, we just have to be very practical, right? You have to look at your landscape, figure out what is possible, and Norm always said this, right? You have to have an ideal in your mind. You have to know the right thing when you see it, as Norm told Joyce, right? You'll know it when you see it. But you also have to be realistic, and you have to be practical, and you have to take the steps that are necessary to get you closer and closer to where you want to go. And I think as I personally reflect back on what Cleveland was like when I first came back here as a planner in 1978, I think we've made progress. We have a lot more to go, but I feel good that the people who are working on this are all people who've studied under Norm, really, when you think about it, and who are carrying this legacy forward. So that's just how I want to end this panel. So thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take about a 5-minute break and get set up for our last couple sessions, talking about teaching and learning with Norman Krumholz, and also the Norman and Virginia Krumholz Scholarship. So just take a few minutes, bathroom break, and we'll be back in 5. How's everything going up there?
It's quiet.
Good.
All right.
And just as easy as for advancing?
Or that.
Or that? Okay. I wanted to show you how it works unless you want me to do your advancing. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. I like to click as I go through.
All right, you use that, or you can use this, whichever
Okay,
you're more
fine.
comfortable
Yeah,
with.
that's fine. Okay, good.
Okay.
Good. And probably even the enter switch would work too.
Probably, yeah.
To animate it if it does animate a little bit. But I'm not sure if I have any animation. It may just be like that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Okay.
Bob.
Thank you.
Can I get you any water?
No, good.
Thank you so much. All right, time to get towards the afternoon social. But before we do, this portion of the program, we're going to talk a little bit more about carrying on the Krumholz legacy through research, teaching, and engagement. I'd like to welcome Bob Brown, former city planning director, to talk about his experience in co-teaching with Norm. And the reason why this is particularly significant is that Norm didn't co-teach with anybody. But Bob had the pleasure of being a co-teacher with Norm, and he's going to share a little bit more about his experience there. Thank you so much, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Someone looking at Norm Krumholz in his daily suit and tie uniform, especially during the increasingly casual 1960s and 70s, might have thought they were looking at a banker, maybe a Republican. But those of us who knew Norm's work understood that under that banker's exterior lay the heart and soul of a radical, a city planning revolutionary. Norm advocated for a form of city planning that focused less on land use and development, the traditional tools of the city planning profession, in favor of a focus on adopting policies that prioritize the needs of the community's most impoverished residents. Obviously, if those of you who have not seen it, his famous Cleveland Policy Planning report is there. He called it equity planning, as did his colleague in some ways, Paul Davidoff. While many of us came into the planning profession with a very noble outlook like Norm had, many of us allowed that commitment to get somewhat compromised and suppressed as we shifted our focus to the daily demands of the job. But by the way, this is not in Cleveland, but I like the photographs, I'm using it. Forget where that's from. But I think any of you who have worked in government know that when you come into a job, that job can absorb you. But Norm, on the other hand, was able to, as they say, keep his eyes on the prize somehow throughout his long career. For Norm's last 2 years, teaching his intro to city planning class here at Cleveland State, he asked me to be his co-teacher. I think it was off the books, but we split the big paycheck for associate professor, which, as you know, is not much. But it was a privilege and an honor for me to co-teach with Norm. Norm and I had similar goals, I think, from our city planning work, but we pursued very different approaches. I focused on the more traditional tools of land use planning, zoning, and design review. Norm had little use for those tools, maybe even a bit of disdain for those tools in his policy-centered work on urban planning. What I loved about the teaching collaboration I had with Norm is that Norm truly valued the fact that the two of us were exposing the students to different aspects of the planning profession. He didn't try to suppress my side of things. He said, let's give them kind of equal treatment. I remember even one day, my wife and I often go to the farmers market at Shaker Square on Saturday mornings, and we would often see Norm there. And I remember one day I was chatting with Norm, and Norm turned to my wife and said something like, Susan, I love teaching with Bob. He does his thing, I do my things, we talk to the students, I say blah, 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 Bob says blah, 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 and the kids love it. So the fact is, I just appreciate the fact that even though we had a different approach to planning, Norm showed respect for my work while continuing, of course, to believe in his approach to what I would say are largely shared goals for the planning, for actually the outcome of planning. Sometimes, I would have to say, Norm wondered aloud whether his work in equity planning would live on. You can become somewhat chastened by the fact that planning goes on, government goes on, and sometimes your ideas seem to slip out of the forefront. Today, though, I feel I feel confident in saying that if Norm were here, Norm, you succeeded in inspiring so many young planners that yes, equity planning is alive and well, and will continue informing the practice of city planning in Cleveland and across the nation, largely because of your work. And of course, your work is being carried on by people like Joyce, who's here this morning, Freddie, and others who continue to take what we learned from you, Norm, and to apply it to our work into the city planning profession. So thank you, Norm, and thank you for everyone in here who helps to carry on Norm's work. Okay, Beth, it's all yours.
So I'd just like to share a little bit about how we continue that legacy of equity planning and Norman Krumholz in our research, our teaching, and being with students every day. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the program, knowing that Norm Krumholz was a part of this college was a big draw for me. I was exposed to Norman and equity planning, which my signed copy is the one in the display, as a student at the University of Cincinnati. I originally grew up here in Cleveland, lived in St. Clair Superior neighborhoods, Little Italy, Shaker Square, and find myself in Shaker these days. I also had the pleasure of having car ride conversations with Norm himself, picking him up when I say, hey Norm, you want to come talk to my students about equity planning? He'd be like, sure, pick me up at 8. And I felt like I was part of the gang, and that was a really special feeling for me. One of my personal stories, in addition to that, was when I had the pleasure of learning that I was hired to be a faculty member here at the college. They told me that they were moving Norm out of his office so that I could move in. I was mortified. That is not how I wanted to start my relationship with Norm here at the college, but he was very gracious, and when I showed up at my office, I kind of walked by and didn't really want to be noticed, and he said, Beth, come on over here and talk to me. And so I did, and that was the beginning of my relationship with Norm. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing him as long as many people in the room, but in the short time that I did get to know him being across the hall from me, I had a lot of time to stop into his office and just listen. And I would ask him questions, and even a couple times taking him out for chili at Otto Moser's next door, and having him into classes. And those were some really special experience for me, and I hope for my students as well. And I did teach with equity planning. It was the primary text for undergraduate senior seminar, and many of those students that I see here today that have been in my classes know that book pretty well. Some have been disappointed though because we're not using that book for senior seminar anymore at the undergraduate level, but that's because we created a new class, and that class is called Social Justice in the City. And we hope that it will be offered at both the undergraduate and graduate level. We're doing some curricular changes and putting a little facelift on our curriculum right now, which I think is a good thing. That's how things evolve and that's how things change. But some things don't change, and that is Norm's influence on our research, teaching, and engagement. One of the things that I would like to talk about, and I'm not going to be able to show it on the screen, it doesn't fit well with the screen, is a special thank you to Bob Jaquay. And the reason why is because Bob has created a repository, also thought of as an annotated bibliography of equity planning materials and Krumholz materials, and it'll be hosted on the School of Urban Affairs webpage. If you were to tap into the agenda and program electronically, you'll see one of the links is the Krumholz repository. And what that is I'll call it a beginning collection, but it's quite a thorough collection, and credit again to Bob Jaquay for assembling the majority of the materials that are in this repository today. Why would we do something like that? Again, just to show that we continue to use the materials of Norm and his time in Cleveland to teach, to research, to continue to talk about equity in our classes. And I also want to say, and something that I've recognized is that, I'd be wearing my I Love Planning button, but I've been in planning, I've been in community development, I've been in public administration, I've been in nonprofit administration, and I think that's kind of the flavor of what you see here, is that, while I value my planning background and my specific training as a planner, I also recognize and appreciate that we do this in many different subfields, but that they all come together under this umbrella of caring about the communities that we're working with and working for, and doing the best that we can. And I kind of think of it like a doctor's mantra as well as do no harm, right? You may not be able to meet all the milestones that you want to meet, and you may not be able to get as high as you want to in the goals and the aspirations, but one thing you want to make sure of is that you don't do any harm to communities. And I think, again, that's kind of the spirit of Norm, and paying attention to the things that are most important and most dear to us and what we care about. And in my intro to urban planning class, or intro to urban studies, The first thing that I say is that urban studies is about people and places and how they interact, and all these different pieces and parts of our communities that we're interested in working to improve or at least maintain a pretty high quality of life, or not to make it any worse. I think that's the important thing. And so I want to invite you, and we'll follow up with materials as well to send you the link so that you can take a look at the Krumholz repository. But it's also a living, breathing thing. Great thing about websites these days, right? You can add to them. And so if you have any materials, or you have some documents from, stored in a drawer somewhere that have Norm's signature, or something that has equity planning and a relationship to Norm's time, we'd love to host that as part of our repository as well. And so we look forward to being able to grow that in time. Let's see here. And I also want to recognize the many faculty that we have at the college and the school that incorporate social justice, equity, and empowerment into the things that we're teaching. Again, I think it's just kind of I don't know if Norm was the impetus for this flavor that we have at the programs of the School of Urban Affairs, but it is part of who we are and a part of our identity at the School of Urban Affairs, and something that I think we're very proud of, and we hope to continue. And we love seeing all the students and grads and alum that are out there, and people that have been affiliated with the school and the college over time, to be here today and maybe even be streaming on YouTube, again with the digital technology that we have here today. Who knows how many people are tuning in from around the country and around the world. I look forward to seeing the comments. I would like to just take a moment because I would like to show a video, but the next part of the program here is we're going to focus on some of the Norman and Virginia Krumholz Scholarship recipients. If you don't have a document with you at your tables, there's a listing of all of the Krumholz Scholarship winners since 2006. And there's also a QR code that's on there if you are interested in donating. But give me a minute or two. We're going to get set up with a video that we'd like to show you that some of our scholarship recipients have shared with us. Actually, no, we're going to talk with Connor first. We're going to talk with a live student first, and then we're going to come back to the students on video. So I'd like to welcome Connor Brentara. Come on up, Connor. Oh, it's non-traditional. Play that speaker. Grab one more thing. I'd like to welcome Connor Brentar. I'd like to give a little introduction. Connor is also listed in our program as one of the speakers for today. Connor is a current MUPD Master of Urban Planning and Development student in his second year. He is also a graduate of the undergraduate Bachelor of Urban and Regional Studies with a planning specialization. Connor is also the president of CSU APA, our student organization, which we have in the back. We have many CSU APAers in the audience. And Connor is also a Krumholz Scholarship recipient for this year. And so we thought we wanted to get to know Connor a little bit better, and for him to be able to share what the Krumholz Scholarship means to him and his time at Levin. So welcome. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
So what led you to CSU and the College of Urban Affairs?
So, growing up in Cleveland, I was very fortunate to have a family member who works here at the university. So during my childhood, I was down here a lot during the summers. And I knew that we had a School of Urban Affairs here, College of Urban Affairs at the time, but I didn't know much about the program. And so by the time I was, searching for colleges in high school, I, began looking, and, many of the, really good planning programs in the state I was looking at, and in the region, so I was looking at University of Cincinnati, but I also looked here, and I realized that, CSU has a really great program. So, I really just thought it was an easy decision because, growing up here was, I think, the thing that made me realize I wanted to go into planning, seeing the inequities that exist in the city and in the region. And so, yeah, it was a really easy choice for me.
Well, I consider you fortunate to have known what planning was. I didn't know what planning was until I joined the architecture program at Cincinnati, and I was like, this isn't for me. And I walked around the corner, and there was the planning hallway, and I looked at the maps, and I looked at the job opportunities, and I was like, what is this? And somebody was nice enough to bring me into their office and say, do you have an hour? I'll tell you about planning. And here I am today. So very good. What's your ultimate career focus, and what do you hope to accomplish?
As you all know, I'm still in graduate school, and so I haven't officially begun my career yet. But I have had a number of internships, and over this past summer, I had the great fortune of interning at Bike Cleveland as part of the Cleveland Foundation's program. And while I was there, I was able to work on a lot of transportation equity issues. And so I would really say that's something that I really want to work on in my career. Because I think that it's probably the biggest issue facing urban America, in my opinion. Leading back to what was discussed in the second panel, I think that, access and mobility, there needs to be a rethinking around that because, there isn't enough access and there isn't enough mobility. So, yeah.
Very good. Could you share more about your experience in the College of Urban Affairs?
Yeah, so I, during my time, I, very early on, as I mentioned, I kind of knew that I wanted to go into planning before I even got here. So I would say that, when I first arrived and in my first semester, I was in, a fair number of classes here in urban affairs. And, I really appreciated that. But I found that, as the years went by, I really wanted to do more with planning in terms of, seeing more of the applied hands-on stuff. And, I found that was kind of lacking from time to time. And, I would say that the fact that the pandemic happened and, things were online, that contributed to that. But as Dr. Nagy mentioned, in the advanced senior seminar class, we were learning out of making equity planning work. And so when we read that, I really felt inspired and re-engaged. And it made me remember the fact that I really wanted to continue on to this master's program because there's really important work out there to do.
I was going to say, did you know about Norm Krumholz's work? And if so, what do you know about? Let me ask a different version of that and saying, what did you take away from that book? What did you take away from our discussions on the variety of issues that were embedded in the text?
What I took away from that is that so many of the issues that Norm faced in the 60s and 70s are still the same problems we're facing today. In terms of equity, so, for example, the issue with Euclid Beach Park, that's still extremely relevant today. And, he was crucial in the creation of GCRTA. That's still, an issue today. But what really resonated with me was, this discussion of, as everyone has mentioned today, how, certain projects benefit certain people, but they disadvantage others. And, I think that's something that we all in this room have put into practice in one way or another, which I think is really great. And it's a testament to the power of Norm's legacy.
For those considering a gift to the Norm Krumholz Scholarship, what would you say? What did that scholarship mean to you?
So when I found out that I received the scholarship for this year, I was naturally very excited. And not just because, it was helping to pay for school, but like I said, I was really inspired when we read the book. And being kind of like one way or another like an ambassador for his teachings, I thought was really great. And one thing that I also really felt impacted me, and one thing I'm really grateful for in relation to having received the scholarship, was that I was able to help serve on the planning committee for this event. And it's really cool to see that it has come to fruition. It's been really great. But what I would say to potential donors to the scholarship fund is that you've seen from the programming today that our city's leaders have come through this school. And I think that School of Urban Affairs here is probably the greatest asset that this university has. And so any contribution to the scholarship is really an investment in our city's future.
I did not tell him to say that. Let's thank Connor for being with us today. And it was my pleasure to have you as a panelist with me up here, and I've known you since your first class here at CSU. So thank you, congratulations, and just know that Connor will be looking for a position in May of 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wanted to take a moment and talk a little bit about the scholarship. And so Connor is just one student, one of the current students. I might need a little bit of help getting to the video. There are a couple Krumholz Scholarship students who were kind enough to share a little bit more about their experience in receiving the scholarship and providing more context around what the scholarship did for them. I may need a moment, though, until I can find that particular video. I'm like looking upstairs at Bob, but I don't know. Give me a moment, please.
It was a fantastic program. Levin College is just, in my opinion, some of the greatest professors and the greatest students that come through.
Norman Krumholz, and so right away I had a class with him and exposure to, he brought this kind of uniquely unacademic in some ways perspective.
I have like direct family ties to Norman Krumholz, so
my mom, as I mentioned, who also has her degree in planning. When she was doing her senior project, she graduated from Shaker Heights High School in 1974. And so my mom got introduced to it very early, like I did. Ms. Steinbacher actually connected my mother with Norman Krumholz, who she went to go have a meeting with. She talked about her interest in pursuing planning in college. And so he placed her at her first planning internship to receive that scholarship, and knowing that he played such a key role in helping her steward her path in planning, and she played such a key role in helping me steward my path in planning, was definitely one of those full circle moments.
I mean, there's just something kind of unique about going to school for something that you're so passionate about and everyone else is passionate about. So I would say that receiving the Krumholz Scholarship was really special to me. Someone on this selection committee saw something in me that, you know, was reminiscent of Norm Krumholz, who's, you know, the father of equity planning.
You're giving to a legacy of a planner who was really dedicated to the future of Cleveland and to public service. And I think that giving in that legacy to a student who's in an educational program at Levin in that same tract is meaningful and connects them to that legacy in a meaningful way. And I think you're also supporting the education of students who might be from Cleveland, many are, but might not be, in my case, for example, who want to invest their career and their lives in making the city and the region a better place for the people who live here and the people who may live here in the future.
Very good. In addition, I'd like to recognize all the scholarship recipients that you see on the list that you have in front of you. I also encourage you to donate to the scholarship, but it's an endowment already, but we'd love to see more support for the students, not just through the scholarship, but I'm going to make my pitch here. So you heard a little bit more about, pay your interns. So any opportunities that we can get to bring students out into the community, either through the classes that we teach, through projects that we do, through student organizations like CSU APA, which I'm the advisor of. They take me out sometimes, and I get to learn something. I still kind of feel like a student right now up front. Also, the opportunity to have paid internships, they're very helpful. And we're thinking about other ways that we can expand the scholarship or increase opportunities for our students, because we know that one of the topics of the day is the cost of higher education. And we don't want that to be a barrier to getting folks that are interested in working in communities, whether that be planning, public administration, nonprofit development, the gamut of urban affairs fields or those that connect with communities. And so if you have ideas, if you're interested in being a part of a committee to explore ideas on how we can find more ways to break down the barriers for students to receive support to attend and be a part of both higher ed, but also different programs and opportunities that are out there and available, we look forward to talking with you. Please send me a message, give me a call, and let me know. I'd be happy to talk more about that with you. And I also want to leave you with that this is a relaunch of what is supposed to be, or was intended to be, an annual event. The speaker series is intended to be both a recognition of Norm and what he leaves us with in his spirit, but also to continue with these conversations of what is the future of urban planning and community development and all the things that are meaningful to us and people and places and communities. And so we haven't started the planning for next year yet, because we've been busy with this one. But if you are interested in being a part of the planning committee for next year's event, we're interested in having you be a part of it. I hope to continue being a part of the planning committee too, to help bring some continuity and to ring the bell to say, hey, it's time to start planning for next year. And so thank you all for being here today. Thank you for being supporters of the school and our students and the city of Cleveland. I know many of you in the audience, and if I don't know you and you don't know me, please come up and say hello to me. And we also want you to stay and hang around. I know it's really nice out, and it's Friday afternoon, but we're having we'd like to recognize the Cuyahoga Land Bank and Ricardo Leone for sponsoring a little after-event social. Unfortunately, no alcoholic beverages, but the Hofbrauhaus is right next door, right? And then we got Becky's over there, we got Parnell's over there. So we'd love for you to stay and hang out and meet new friends and talk with old friends. But we just thank you for being a part of a long day today, but I think a fun day, and the time has gone by quickly. So thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to connecting with you in the future. Take care.